Okay. Oh. Sorry. When can I eat my muffin? Yeah. I know, I heard that too.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm just checking.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone this morning and open the meeting. We'll begin with our, okay.
You're muted there. Try it now.
Good morning. Oh, still that. I think it's
I'm lost.
hello. I think it's okay now, Alice. Okay, begin with our land acknowledgement. At the Township of Severn, we recognize the following land acknowledgement. We would like to begin by acknowledging the land on which we gather, which the Township of Severn operates as part of the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe. For thousands of years, Indigenous peoples have been inhabiting and caring for this land. In particular, we acknowledge the territory of the Ojibwe or Chippewas peoples. This territory is covered by Lake Simcoe Treaty 16 and the J. Collins Land Purchase. We are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land, and by doing so, give our respect to its first inhabitants. We'll now sing our national anthem, please. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Oh, sorry, Dave. Okay, any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Oh, approval of the agenda, Madam Clerk. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion reads that the agenda be adopted as circulated.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Taylor. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you. We have two presentations today. Just to remind the presenters, we have a 10-minute time limit. And what I'd like to do with council's indulgence is I'd like to move D2 before D1. The police officers have things they need to do. And I just want to say thank you both for being here today and for your service to our community. So just a little bit of history. Staff Sergeant Dongelmans is with us. His dad taught three of us, I think, here sitting on this table at school. Oh, you didn't? Oh, that's too bad. Anyways, welcome to you both, and come on up if you have a presentation. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having us. Like the mayor said, my name's Staff Sergeant Ted Dongelmans. I grew up in the area and just recently moved back, so I'm happy to be back at really a detachment of the OPP. The reason that we're here today is to speak about our community mobilization unit, which is a specific unit at our detachment that is predominantly or carries the heavy load of the really the communication piece and the community concerns. So that's why we are here today to address that unit. It will be a bit of a review for some of you because the program's been around for 4 or 5 years, about 5 years. And we did do similar deputation when it was created. So it will be familiar to some of you. I'd like to introduce Sergeant Stoner, Matt Stoner, and you for presentation.
Good morning. Go to the next slide, please. So I'm just going to briefly go over the purpose, the mission, our structure, education, engagement, enforcement that our unit conducts, some projects that we have on the go, and as well as some projects that we have finalized over the years. And then I'll have a conclusion with some questions, if there are any at the end. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the team, as Staff Sergeant Dongelman said, we developed this unit around 2020. It was formalized in 2021, and since then we've kind of expanded, and we've got some enhancements that we're going to talk about today. But this team is a dedicated team of officers that focus on community issues. Our goal is to develop strategies and connect community partners, promote community safety, and reduce calls for service. So our mission: we develop strategies for identified crime areas, engage, educate, and enforce with the objective of community safety. The goal of the team is to promote public safety, reduce crime, support mental health related incidents within our detachment area. Next slide, please. So this is currently our organization structure. So one sergeant being myself. We have 2 community resource officers, which do schools and youth, as well as presentations within the community. We have 2 community mobilization officers per side of the house. So I should say that there's 2 CROs, but there's 2 CMU officers working on one rotation, 2 on the other rotation. So there's 4 total. There's 2 MCERT officers. So that's our mobile crisis response team. They go out to people who are in crisis and deal with those calls. And over the years, we have had 2.5 mental health workers, which we are partnered with the CMHA, and they will staff with our mobile crisis response team and go to those calls. Recently, we just got an enhancement. So that 0.5 has become a 1. So we have 3 crisis workers for a total of 1 year now. And then we will be going back to our 2.5. So next slide, please. So CEO, again, they do media, partnerships, communications. They'll do school youth programs or initiatives when we're requested. Community safety programs, so a lot of announcements, presentations, get out in the community, and they will support community events. They're going to be serving as our single contact for media within the detachment. They'll coordinate any of our on-camera media engagements, and they'll do school resources, which are giving presentations within the schools or attending events when we are requested. Next slide, please. So our community mobilization officers, they'll develop and execute initiatives. Then we use data for that. So we do a lot of intelligence or review our calls for service, find out the high volume calls, and we come up with solutions that are usually social, economical issues. And then we develop those solutions with community partners and try to alleviate calls for service within the police. They also back up our mobile crisis response team. So when we don't have a mobile crisis response officer, and they will be the backup, or they will attend calls with them. And they also assist with community services partnerships, doing presentations or attending events as well. They will be doing a lot more of the foot patrols. You'll see them out on foot patrol, bike patrol, They do a lot of our encampment, intelligence gathering and initiatives, and they will assist with media where necessary. Next slide, please. So mobile crisis response team, again, they do our mental health calls. So a lot of in crisis calls. So somebody who's actually in crisis at the time, they will attend, de-escalate, and help that individual navigate the medical system or access mental health resources. They attend with an integrated crisis worker from the Canadian Mental Health Association. And they also build partnerships within the communities so that we can access referrals and access community resources. They're responsible for completing follow-ups, not only of their interactions or on calls for service, but also those that are referred to us by frontline officers or by community members. Their goal is to reduce the strain on emergency services. So not only does that affect the police, but it also affects paramedics as well as the hospital. And we are one of the only detachments that has a 7-day-a-week coverage with this team, with Wednesdays being a double up day, but we have 2 teams based on how policing works. Next slide, please. And these are the crisis workers. So currently we have 2 full-time MCERT crisis workers that go out with the police officers. We have 1 part-time worker that has been enhanced to a full-time worker for the next year. They do our follow-up support. So after a in-crisis call, when an individual is in crisis, they're not comprehending a lot of the resources. They're in a high stress. So we find that having somebody follow up after the fact, we get a little bit more solid footing. We can help them navigate the system better after the fact. We've dedicated that within 72 hours, this individual will follow up with somebody who's been in crisis to help them navigate the system, make sure they're still in the system, getting that support so they don't become a repeat caller or that they don't go into crisis again. All 3 of them are to build partnerships and connect individuals within our community. We are not doing the case managing. We are doing the facilitation of helping people access the resources that they need. Next slide, please. I hope everybody's familiar with this. This is Ontario's mobilization and engagement model. Our goal is to be in the blue. We're going to be working through that at different stages during different events or different occurrences. With most of our team, we are working at any part of this. So the enforcement and crime suppression to the community consultation to the engagement liaison. We're depending on the nature of it. We're working throughout this. And this is what our team focuses on, this model. So next slide, please. So this kind of talks you through what we might be doing in the certain stages or quadrants. We're always analyzing our calls for service. We do that on a quarterly, and we highlight specific incidents, types of incidents. We also highlight specific locations. Anything that gets called in, we will do the background work to find out whether it's a perception or there is an actual concern, and then we'd help develop the strategies. So we will be moving through all of that and engaging partners constantly throughout our tour of duty. Next slide, please. So some of the ongoing projects, we have our mental health and outreach, which is our 3 crisis workers. We have with the MCERT and the outreach, we are doing group home support. We help out at encampments for people who may or may not have homes, help them get supports like food, housing, especially in the wintertime, making sure they get to the shelter. We also work a lot with Alzheimer's dementia support. And we have some partnerships there for people who are at risk of wandering. We also look after thefts, break and enter initiatives. So we did do that in the past, and we monitor that those crimes. We have a youth leadership program, which we are currently preparing for July, where we identify youth in the community that could utilize some assistance and help them get on a good direction forward, help build their confidence and maintain and build some skills. We also have a basketball and a summer camp that we also participate in. For our CEOs, school safety, they've been doing a lot of lockdown drills, some bus and foot patrol training. We do bicycle training within the for youth as well, and online bullying and language safety is some of the projects that we are currently. Next slide, please. So In the past, our encampment strategy, we've been working with community partners such as bylaw, outreach workers and other community supports to minimize crime, injury, maximize like our visibility in those camps to minimize damage to property. We've been very successful in this area with our approach and working with community partners. We've maintained a low number of tent housing and the impacts, as well as we've successfully moved some of these locations off private property. In the past, and we are revisiting this, we've had a lot of theft and shoplifting within our community. So we're updating this strategy. We're going to be working with businesses on target hardening and evidence gathering and to streamline these occurrences, plus trespassing and how to report and all of that, so that it becomes easier for us to solve, get these people before the courts, and hopefully start to minimize those occurrences. Past main focuses, we worked with community partners and educated regarding busking and panhandling, and we did some enforcement in that area. And that kind of covers up a lot of our successes in the past, and some of them we have to revisit. So our unit will continually develop and maintain coordinated response within the detachment and the community to identified community issues, and that is our main goal moving forward. So that is all I have. If you have any questions or comments.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's amazing to see how policing has evolved, where now you realize that you need much more to address the problems that we are now facing. So it's good to see that you're evolving and being part of the community and working towards helping us all. So thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions, Deputy Mayor Carr?
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the work you do. I know that you have helped out a lot of our businesses in Coldwater, but when you were talking about the shoplifting and the training or with businesses, how would they go about contacting you to do that? Like we have Washago and Coldwater, and I'm not sure, and that throw in the busking, panhandling sort of all in one thing. Is there a way?
So we're going to be reaching out once we've identified locations. We're going to be reaching out and asking the community to attend our presentation.
Oh, good. Okay.
So it's more or less our initiative to get out in the community to educate. And then hopefully as well, similar to what we did in the past in other venues, and teaching people how to actually report and what we need evidentiary. So we're going to take the initial initiative to bring people in, and then hopefully it'll
and you will let us know, and then our communication person can get that out. Perfect. The other one I wanted to thank you for also is we did note at Simcoe County, the paramedics are very grateful for the work you do too. That really helps them out. I think that a lot of people don't realize the importance of, or even that this unit is there. So I would like to be able to share this presentation with a couple of people that it should get out to. Are you in the schools much anymore, or is it just when? I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Yes. So the way that the OPP interacts in the schools has changed significantly due to some political changes through the school boards a few years ago and the CSPA. We are currently rebuilding those relationships with the schools, with the school boards, and really actively re-engaging the children and the teens. I was a school resource officer for several years, and I know the importance of it. So it is something that we are pushing to get back to a level that we feel is important. Currently, it is there are some restrictions that have been put on by the school boards in order to ensure that that the kids that we are supporting and the parents also support the messaging that we are giving, that we want to give them. So it's a little bit more formal in the procedures, but we are definitely getting back and pushing to get back and getting more connection with our youth, as it is something that we have identified that it has really, I don't think to like it was unfortunate for us the way we see it, that we lost the ability to connect with youth because we feel that those relationships are very important. And we are working to get back and make those connections again.
Okay, and just another follow-up. The other one I wanted to say to you is it's very important that people know that there is a community aspect, because as you well know, in the years ago, it used to be a community policing program and everybody missed that. So it's important, and I know I'm on that OPP Couchiching board, and that is a priority for us to have more visibility for the police officers in the community and to get out with the community and show the trust and the relationship between the residents to children and the community. And I just want to thank you for everything you do. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Minnie.
Thank you very much, through the mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Further to Member Cox's comments around the schools, I was at a session on International Women's Day, and we had a different bureau come and speak to about 50 18 plus in the West Shore community around protecting kids from cyber bullying and cyber sexual assault or exploitation. And that, from that, we heard about the schools too, and what's changed exactly as you just said. And after that call, or after that meeting, a few Sundays ago, the message we were left with from that department was that if we're part of groups, community organizations, anything outside of the school system, that we would be welcome to invite, for example, the child sexual exploitation unit in to do a conversation with parents, and then perhaps a secondary one with kids and youth. And since then, I've had 2 requests from 3 different people who said they're part of groups and they would like that presentation sort of given to their groups. So we're working on that. Is that something you might partner with that group to talk about community policing at that? Or is that the kind of thing you're looking at when you're looking to us to help with communication?
Well, we do that constantly. So
Okay.
groups reach out to us. We do have the community resource officers that look after that. If the bureaus are not available, because we'd like to bring the experts themselves, if they're not available, they participate in helping put the presentation together, and our member will do it. So these are things that we do.
Okay, we're going to loop you into a few then. Thank you.
Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you through the chair to, I guess, Matt, in your presentation. Thank you for your service and thank you for the presentation. I just had a question regarding the 2 full-time dedicated workers. Are they police or are they civilians?
Civilian, both crisis workers through CMHA, funded by the county.
Okay, and they're paid. Thank you very much.
Any further comments? Deputy Mayor Cox.
That was the other question. The one who's 0.5 and you got enhanced, is that through the county?
So these are like technical things. So over the years, we've had enhancements.
Yeah.
And we've been able to maintain certain positions. That position was an enhancement a few years ago. And we've been able to maintain that through county funding.
Yeah.
But again, these things dry up. So
Mhm.
And having to write for enhancements or grant funding
Yes.
every so often actually depletes from our team, because the way the grant funding is that by the time it kicks in, we, instead of getting 2 years, we get a year. So we are contemplating, we have worked in the past on trying to get permanent funding for this. But we do have 2 for sure funded by the county.
Well, you do know that there's anything the mayor and I can do, we're on county council, to please let us know, because I think it's important that you have that extra enhancement in that worker. So, we're willing to go ahead and help you out if you do. And I'm sure other county council members would feel the same way. Thank you.
Any further comments? So just one. So if we have hunters in the fall when they're duck hunting and shooting offshore and shooting towards houses, advice for residents, like, is there something?
It'd be a good M&R question. But
Okay, I was going to ask that as well. You do work. Okay.
So we do work with them. Our unit is one of the ones that is the main contact with the M&R, because We are out there with the snowmobiles, the boats and everything as well. Most of our members are trained in that from the community mobilization unit. So we do have access to that, but yes, that we can do messaging and the OPP does look after messaging for certain things like that, getting ready for those seasons, but yes, we can participate or we can help you track down. This would probably be best coming from an M&R.
Person. So who should they phone? Should they phone the 188 number or should they phone the M&R? Because the M&R are very difficult to get a hold of, as you know.
Yeah, the M&R there should be some stuff online for them,
Okay.
but the 1-888 number is a non-emergency number for calls for service. But we do have a detachment phone number, 326-3536.
326-35. Okay.
It takes to the front desk and that's for inquiry questions. That can be directed or assisted, but we're gonna
Okay.
be trying to track down the M&R the same as you.
Perfect. All right. Well, you know how the M&R works, correct? Yeah, you pick up a phone and you may get a call back.
They're dispersed across the province.
Yes.
Being one of the largest pieces of property in all of Canada,
Yes.
it's pretty difficult to have them at the beck and call, but we do have one for sure that's in our area.
And it does a good
I
job.
can't speak for them.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Any further questions? Thank you very much for your presentation and
Good day.
have a great day. Thank you. Next, D1,
Your worship, I just need a motion.
Oh,
to
sorry.
proceed.
uh,
So the motion is that the delegation by Sergeant Matt Stoner, OPP Community Mobilization Unit, be received for information and that no action be taken.
thank you. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Taylor, second by Councillor McIntyre. All in favor? That's carried. Thanks very much. Have a great day. Okay, next up is Mariposa Hospice. We have Ted and Dr. Lowry here. Come on up.
Thank you for having us again. Seems like every time we come here, it's like coming home, you know, it's great. You're wonderful council. And so we're going to keep our presentation short and hopefully invite questions. So I'll let Ted start. Yes.
We'll be going back and forth, so. So next
Is
slide,
it on? Yeah. Okay.
next slide, please. There we go. So our first message is one of thanks because as a council, you have supported us since it was just an idea in Dr. Lowry's head, and here we are all these years later talking about the need for expansion. And a message I'd like to reinforce is we're very proud to call Severn Township. We, in part because of the great support we have from the community, and also it's a beautiful setting. The important work that we do.
Great. So
Next slide, please.
next, yeah. So why expansion matters? Well, it's interesting. I don't think I'd have a hard time convincing people that there's increasing need in the community because as we have the aging population, I think Ted's going to address that a little bit more. And of course, as people become aware of the benefits of hospice, management, just getting more and more from family members and friends, even more than like the medical community is always there, but it's just ever expanding. And we can see that, it'd probably be impossible ever to meet the whole need, but we need our 10-bed unit, which was our original dream. This is what the building was designed for. And you can imagine if you go beyond 10 beds, you're into a whole different design and structure. The 10-bed unit fits perfectly with the one nursing station, et cetera, et cetera. So going from our current 6 beds to 10 is basically our dream. And this is what we're accomplishing with you guys. And obviously it does help with the hospital in terms of reducing wait times and our overstretched home care services, especially for this kind of care. Because when you're at a level of palliative care like we provide, it's almost impossible to do that at home, especially in a place like Canada in the middle of winter. Anyway, I don't think I'd have any, if you have any questions around that expansion, we're going from 6 to 10, which is always our dream. Ted.
Thanks.
Next slide.
I'd like to share that photo because Roger was one of our early residents, and his story kind of speaks to the philosophy of hospice, Mariposa House Hospice. Roger wanted a Stella, a can of Stella at the end of every day. And Roger got a can of Stella at the end of every day. And it's all about the best possible ending under the circumstances. And that's what Roger wanted, and that's what Roger got. And just this week, one of our RNs, she found out one of our residents wanted Greek yogurt. We went to the fridge in the kitchen. We didn't have any Greek, but she brought a tub of Greek yogurt in her lunch. And so she served her Greek yogurt from her lunch to the resident. And I tell it, it's a little detail, but it speaks to the philosophy of making stuff every moment. So Dr. Lowry mentioned this. We invested in some additional demographic studies for our catchment area. And an important statistic, many important statistics came up, but one that I want to share with you is that the population in they call it the Couchiching catchment area, is going of 75 people, 75 years older, is going to more than double in the next 20 years. The stress that is going to put on healthcare across the board is enormous, and it's a critical reason why we need to expand now to be able to support that aging population.
Next slide. This is you, Ted. Yeah, more along statistics.
Yes. So yeah, more statistics. I'd like to update this slide. So our fiscal year runs from April 1st to March 31st. So we're coming towards the end of our current fiscal year. And that number is now 42. So sadly, we've had 42 times, even at 6 beds now, when a member of our community has raised their hand and said, I'm ready for an admission. I need a bed now. And we had to say no because we were at capacity. And that person passed, not in their place of choice.
Next slide. Yeah. So our project, so we set a goal of 4.5 million for this part of the capital campaign. And you know, this bricks and mortar campaign, this will be the last, obviously, because not only does it give us an extra 4 beds, but it gives us a lot more useful space. And I think Ted's going to show you a picture, but you can imagine you'll have 4 more beds on the top level where you are now, but with the addition, we'll have a huge space below. And that space below is so important for community outreach, teaching, you know, follow-up brief meetings, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to have the space that we're going to desperately need, and we can dedicate more of the space on the top floor to the actual residents that are there at the time. So that's our goal, 4.5 million. And we are hoping to break ground in the spring of 2027. And I think that's very feasible because as you see in that handshake motif, we're partnering with local contractors and architects, everybody's local, they're all lined up, which is something we couldn't do before because the first capital campaign that you guys contributed to generously, we had to do this RFP through the government process. So we didn't get to choose who. They always choose the cheapest on the list, right? And that wasn't ideal. But this time, you know, we're obviously everybody sharpens their pencil, but we're using all local contractors and local expertise. So it'll be very, very fast, you know, very efficient. People are chomping at the bit. Of course, they want to help at Mariposa House. So, yeah, that's where we're at.
Next slide, please. So I won't go into detail, but this is the main floor diagram. And what you see in blue at the far end are the additional rooms. And we've relocated a clinical office at the far end of the building. And then you see at the front, which is the current building, the blue area is areas that we're going to repurpose for more family space. You can appreciate that when we have 10 families at the hospice, we're going to need even more space for them to gather, to eat, to to spend time together.
Yeah, some families are pretty big.
Yes, they are. Yeah. Next slide.
Okay, so, and I think, yeah, so our ask is a contribution from the township to our capital campaign. And we're asking for $50,000 over 2 years. So that would be 25,000 each year. And we think that that will obviously 100% of it will go to this capital campaign. Be a great thing if you guys can come to that. Mhm. And
Ready for any questions?
So thank you very much to both of you for the presentation and thank you for everything that you do. Questions, Councillor Brennan?
Yes, yes, thank you for your presentation. The number 42, the number that you couldn't accept, with the expansion, what would you anticipate that number would drop to, if anything?
That's an excellent question. I would say over time, at first, that number will go down significantly. And I would expect it to be in our first year, probably, a dozen. Over time, it will grow. And at that time, as a community in the broadest sense, we'll have to think about what we'll have to do. But as Dr. Lowry pointed out, 10 is about the limit for a hospice. We don't want to be an institution. We don't want to be too clinical. Don't get me wrong. Our clinicians are professional and they are experts, but we want people to feel like it's an extension of the room. And so 10 beds is about the limit to keep that feel.
Deputy Mayor Cox.
Yeah, well, you know how I feel about hospice. Best thing that's ever happened. The one thing I did want to speak to you about was the elevator. Now, I know that may not be something that's in your financial forecast right now, but I have talked to other people about another hospice, and sometimes it's good to put that structure in, because in an emergency, I think there's been a hospice in Simcoe County that did that because they needed to utilize meeting rooms in an emergency situation as beds. So it just might be something you might want to think about, just to put it there in case you ever wanted to put one in. I don't know if it'll muck it up, but I had it from a good source that this has happened in the past, and it might be something. The other one I wanted to talk to you about also was the numbers, what you had spoken. I read an article in the paper, and I think it was from the OMHA, and they were saying the same thing, that not just this area, but all of Ontario and Canada is in crisis because our healthcare, our hospitals, everything are not prepared for the tsunami of people over the age of 75 that's coming. Like doctors, all of it. It's just not, we're not prepared. Like we're being reactive, not proactive. So it's a sad case. And it's a sad case too, that you also obviously, and all the other hospices are not getting more financial aid from the province, because I believe that this is a provincial, and I'm glad that the county helps out. And I have never minded promoting the fact for people to help out, because if you look at how many people live in Severn Township, and we gave you $25,000, that's maybe $1 a person. And there isn't a person out there that has not been affected by cancer or any other disease that is palliative. So it is something I think that anybody would never, ever say no to, only for that reason. So I just want to thank you all, and thank your staff. They are wonderful. And your volunteers. Thank you.
did you want to do the elevator thing?
Go ahead.
Or you can just do that on your own.
We could, yeah.
Just a little.
Oh, so there is in the plans, there is, yeah. And it's an interesting, very good subject. We don't want everybody traipsing through the upper floor to go downstairs, but having an elevator to move things is essential at times. Traditionally, we try and avoid elevators, as you know, because of the maintenance and the cost and just issues like that. But actually, the costs have come down, and the maintenance issues are actually less of a hassle than they used to be. So I was surprised to learn that, because I was one who questioned. But so that may be a reality. It's probably a good thing. But in our new design, we want to be able to access the lower floors from a different driveway and parking lot, so that that'll prevent a lot of flow to the patient care area. So that's the elevator strategy. Do you want to add?
Well, I think, just to build on what Dr. Lowry said, it is important, for us to, be able to, access the, the far end of the lot, not just during construction, so we don't disrupt operations, but even afterwards, so we can have additional, parking down there for people who will be attending our community sessions, our grief and bereavement, group sessions and such.
So, and just supplemental, so you're saying that you want to have another entrance that goes towards the bottom part where your meeting area is in a parking lot? Well, that actually sounds like a good idea. It would be very good for fire prevention also, if there was something one end and one on the other. So, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, plus we're gonna do this construction next, in a couple of years, so we want to maintain our function. So it allow us to, keep the home running smooth. Yeah. And what was the other question?
That was it. I'm just tooting your horn.
Oh, okay.
Derek left the room, so he didn't hear about the driveway.
Okay.
But we all
We'll tell him.
all heard that, did we not?
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Taylor.
Thanks for coming. Great presentation. And if some of us are here for the shovel breaking, it's phenomenal. There's definitely a need there, and I would certainly support this going to the mayor's budget come this fall. Thank you.
Councillor
I was
Minnings.
thinking, but Doc said, we know that we have to be proactive, and we are so way ahead of the curve here at Severn, which is a wonderful thing, but it just doesn't happen. It happens because you have council that supports it, and you have volunteers that we rely on, and that's why the campaign's going so well. So yeah, it's we're definitely very fortunate in this community, and let's face it, when are we going to see new hospital beds? Don't hold your breath, right? And we all know there's a need, but on the other hand, the costs are just ginormous. So that's why we need to do this. Absolutely.
Councillor Minnings.
Thank you through the mayor, and thank you for your presentation. I do have firsthand knowledge of hospices, and they're amazing. So thank you. My question is around, you made a comment in the presentation about you were unable to choose your construction people for companies because you went through an RFP. Was that it, or was it because of the funding? Because so then when in the presentation, you are going for RFP. So I love the idea of supporting locally, but I'm just wondering how that's changed with your funding.
So just to clarify, during the original construction, monies were received from Ontario Health. And when monies are received from Ontario Health for capital purposes, their process for an RFP needs to be followed. And their process required that we go with the low cost bidder at the time. And it wasn't the right choice. Sometimes the low cost bidder has performance issues that end up making a project more complex and less making the overall cost of ownership actually higher. So what we're not going to be doing is taking provincial monies, forcing us to go through that process, and that will allow us to run our own RFP process. And as Dr. Lowry mentioned, we've been in communication with lots of local contractors already. We will continue that communication process and make sure we run the best possible RFP process for our building using local partners.
Okay, thank you very much. So capital campaign is underway right now. Thank you.
Any further comments? Thank you very much for the presentation. Have a great day.
You're welcome. We will.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. So the motion reads that the delegation by Ted Markle, Executive Director, and Sid Lowry, Mariposa House Hospice, about their capital expansion project be received, and that the matter be referred to the mayor for consideration during the budget.
Mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Taylor, second by Deputy Mayor Cox. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good day. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. Any members of council like to pull anything? Deputy Mayor Cox.
Yeah, I would like to pull E 3.3, E 4.1 and E 4.2. And I would also like to ask 2.5 to have our economic director, development director speak to the incentives that are going on in our township. And because I think it's something everybody should know. I just like to toot our own horn.
Pardon me, Madam Clerk.
If council would like, then maybe perhaps when they're done identifying the items to be pulled, Ms. Breeden can speak to it before we move on from
That's fine.
consent
Okay.
on just the item.
Councillor Taylor.
Item 3.6, please.
Okay. Councillor Brennan.
3.1.
Wow, we're gonna, do you order lunch, Madam Clerk? No? Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have a motion? Oh, actually, we're gonna have Becky speak to 2.5. Thank you, Becky.
Sorry, thank you through to your worship to sorry, can you hear me now? Okay. Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Cox, I was asked to provide a bit of an update on the two initiatives that the Economic Development Advisory Committee are undertaking. The first item that they are undertaking is a support local campaign called Rooted in Severn. This campaign, it's a pilot project where for the first year, we will be highlighting one business a month that was selected by the committee about why they chose to set up in Severn, basically their experiences being residents, how much they love being here, and then the services that they provide. The committee based their decision on a criteria that was created and approved, and the 9 businesses have been selected. The first business will be launched in April. The next initiative that the committee is undertaking is the Business Retention Expansion Program. This program is basically an interview process where we ask businesses standardized questions to basically gauge what the local economy is like. The information obtained within these interview questions will be used in the development of the new economic development strategy, which is required or should our current one should be done in 2027. So then we can work on the new strategy, having all of this data. The plan is to interview a minimum of 40 businesses directly, and then have a survey online for the initial businesses that maybe don't have time to meet with the committee members. And that data will then be rolled out in a report for council's review.
Thank you. Any questions, Deputy Mayor Cox?
No, I would really interested in the fact that what we're doing to help our businesses in Severn. And thank you very much, Becky, and the Economic Development Committee.
Okay, any further questions? Madam Clerk, do you have a motion? Please.
Thank you. The motion reads that the consent list for March 18th, 2026 and the recommendations contained therein be adopted as resolutions of council, with the exception of items E 3.1, E 3.3, E 3.6, E 4.1, and E 4.2. Leave it up.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor McIntyre. All in favor? That's carried. I'll now turn it over to Councillor McIntyre.
We have one more motion just to resolve into committee of the whole. So the motion is just that council resolve it to committee.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Cox, second by Councillor Minnings. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jim McIntyre, Ward 5. I'm going to chair this portion of the meeting. Welcome and good morning. Today, there is one public meeting regarding a proposed development application in accordance with the Planning Act. I'm pleased to advise that this meeting is being broadcast live on the township's YouTube channel, where a recording of this meeting will be available. Notice of the meeting was sent by first-class mail to all property owners within 120 meters or 400 feet of the subject property. Signage was also posted on the subject property to provide information about the application. All of this was in accordance with the Planning Act process for a statutory public meeting for a zoning bylaw amendment application. Additionally, notice was also posted to the township's website. The purpose of the meeting is to inform and provide the public and the committee of the whole with an opportunity to ask questions or express views with respect to the proposal. The format of the public meeting will be as follows. The applicant's agent will generally explain the purpose and effect of the application. Secondly, township staff can provide further information and clarify any statements of the applicant and or their agent. Next, the public will be permitted to ask questions and express views of the proposal. And then the public portion of the meeting will be closed. And lastly, members of the committee will be given the opportunity to ask questions for clarification on the proposal and provide comments. At the conclusion of the meeting, the applicants, their agents, and if required, township staff will be given the opportunity to respond to the questions and comments received. No decision will be made today at the public meeting on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application. Following the meeting, the information obtained, including questions and comments submitted by members of the public and committee, will assist the township to determine the next steps. The township is the approval authority for the proposed zoning bylaw, for which this committee may recommend the bylaw to be considered as a future council meeting, or ask for additional information prior to council further consideration. If in the future the council decides in favor of the application, members of the public who have provided oral or written submissions but disagree with the decisions may be entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal, the OLT, under the Planning Act. Individuals attending the public meeting in person or by YouTube, Zoom, or telephone may email or call the township's planning department to submit contact information to receive notice of this decision on the applications. This public meeting is for 2900 Kelly's Road, zoning bylaw amendment application. I now call on the applicant's agent, Vanessa Simpson from Morgan Planning and Development, to please present the information provided within item F.1.1 of the agenda package, and explain the purpose and effect of the application. Vanessa, please.
I think, is it on? Yeah, okay. Good morning, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Vanessa Simpson. I'm a senior land use planner with Morgan Planning, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant regarding the zoning bylaw amendment application for 2900 Kelly's Road, more commonly known as Raleigh Resort and Marina. Before outlining the proposal, I'd like to briefly provide some background to explain how this application has come before you today. The applicant and their consultant team has been working through the site plan control process with the township staff. We're currently addressing comments from our third submission review received from both township staff and township peer review consultant. A fourth submission is anticipated to be coming in the next coming weeks to respond to the remaining comments. Through the site plan control process, all detailed aspects of the development are being reviewed, including building design, site layout, servicing, circulation, landscaping, as well as parking. By way of additional information, additional background information, in March 2024, a minor variance application was approved to facilitate the redevelopment of the outdoor pool amenity area. Since that time, as I noted, the project has continued to advance through the site plan control process, and the design has evolved and been refined as part of that review. In hindsight, the March 2024 minor variance application was somewhat premature, given the amount of design work that was still required through the site plan process. More recently, a second minor variance application was brought forward to the committee this past February. Following discussion, the committee did defer the application and requested additional information from the applicant. Through subsequent discussions with township staff, it was determined that the requested relief would be more appropriately addressed through a zoning bylaw amendment rather than multiple variances. Proceeding through the zoning bylaw amendment process ensures the permissions are clearly articulated within the zoning bylaw itself, providing greater clarity, consistency, and enforceability moving forward for township staff. The application before you today therefore seeks relief from certain zoning bylaw provisions incorporating both the previously approved minor variance as well as additional zoning relief identified through the site plan review process. Consolidating these matters into one single zoning bylaw amendment ensures all zoning permissions are clearly captured in one place. Next slide, please. So as I'm sure most of you are aware, with the resort lands, they are a long-standing destination resort that's operated in the Port Severn community for well over 100 years. The resort is situated along the southern shoreline of the Trent Severn Waterway and has frontage on both Port Severn Road as well as Kelly's Road. In total, the lands have approximately 1.4 hectares. Next slide. The resort currently contains several buildings and structures, including hotel suites, a restaurant and event space, spa facilities, and an outdoor pool amenity area, along with a range of supporting amenities for their guests. You can skip the next slide onto the pictures. So the photo on the left is the existing pool area. The building visible on the left side of the image is one of the existing hotel buildings on the property. The building on the right was taken from the public boat launch, the public dock, looking towards the resort. In this image, you can see the existing fencing along the property line, one of the resort buildings in the background, as well as the pump house, which is the yellow building in the corner. It contains a dry hydrant used for firefighting purposes for the resort. Next slide. Again, the photo on the left is the existing pool area. Yeah, there you go. And the photo on the right was again taken standing near the public dock. From this vantage point, you can see the existing buildings located close to the shoreline, including the pump house, as well as existing landscaping on the property. Next slide. The proposal is to redevelop the existing outdoor pool area to create a serene year-round outdoor resort space for hotel guests. The redevelopment includes several improvements and new amenities, including a revitalization of the existing pool and surrounding deck area, an addition of a built-in hot tub and cold tub, along with additional water features around the pool deck, a greenhouse-style relaxation building, a sauna building containing both a steam and dry sauna, washroom building with a small relaxation area, a fire pit gathering space along with landscaped pathways and plantings, installation of a new privacy fence along the property line, and a refacing of that existing pump house. Next slide. In addition to the provision supporting the pool area, several other amenities and elements across the resort are being formalized and addressed through this application. This includes the addition of a fitness gym, which is located in a converted shipping container, which is a use for hotel guests, and some accessory storage structures, which are also converted shipping containers, that will be fully cladded to improve their appearance. They'll be used for general storage of the property for things like garden and equipment and patio furniture. And lastly, the addition of a small greenhouse that's located near the parking lot and hotel entrance which is used to grow herbs and vegetables for the hotel's restaurant. Importantly, this application does not increase the overall occupancy of the resort and does not introduce any new uses. All proposed structures are accessory to the long-standing and permitted tourist establishment on the property. Next slide. So I know this image is really small. Hopefully you can see it a little more zoomed in on your screens. And I talk about it on the next slide as well. But this is an overview of the site. I'll speak to the pool area a bit more detail. However, this plan does show you the shipping containers. There's 3 of them, as well as the greenhouse that are kind of nestled closer to the main hotel building. Next slide, please. This slide provides a visual comparison of the existing conditions and the proposed development. On the left is the current or fairly current aerial image of the pool area. And on the right is a site plan for the redeveloped pool area. Buildings shown in gray represent existing structures, while the yellow or cream colored buildings are proposed. As illustrated, the existing conditions already limit where development can occur to the pool's proximity to the shoreline, property line, and existing resort buildings. The proposed sauna and relaxation buildings have been carefully integrated into the existing pool area, ensuring they remain appropriately located near the pool while also meeting engineering and servicing requirements. The proposed fire pit area is nestled into the existing landscape located near the existing pump house as well as adjacent to the pool area. As seen in the earlier photos, and again in this aerial image, there is already existing development close to the shoreline, including that pump house. To ensure continued access for emergency services, additional firefighting signage, pavement markings, and surface treatments will be provided near the public dock to clearly maintain the required access for this very important firefighting purposes. Next slide, please. This image provides you an idea of what this pool area will look like. Next slide. And briefly, the landscaping. So as part of the site plan control process, a detailed landscaping plan was prepared and submitted for township review. Extensive landscaping is proposed throughout the pool area as well as the shoreline. This includes the introduction of many native plant species, which will further enhance the naturalization of the shoreline and improve the overall landscape character of the site. Next slide. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment application is to rezone the subject lands to permit the proposal while addressing site-specific provisions required to facilitate the development. It is anticipated that the lands will be rezoned from their current C8 zone to an C8 special exception zone with the following provisions. The first will be a reduction to the minimum exterior side yard setback to specific features around the pool area. I won't list every individual metric. I can add if you need, but it will be to the pool deck, Building C, which is the greenhouse or service room, the saunas, the cold tub, canopy structure, pool accessory structures, which are the shipping containers, as well as the greenhouse. Second reduction is to the minimum setback to the water course, again, for a number of different features, including the pool deck and their stairs, the greenhouse building, canopy structure, hot tub, cold tub, sauna, and pool area. The third is a reduction to the parking standard, including relief from the maximum distance for off-site parking. Next slide. Not going to get into these details, but if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. The zoning bylaw will be structured in a way to have a specific dimension to each element, not a broad stroke across them all. So skip to the next slide. And then I will discuss parking a little bit more in detail. Perfect. Thank you. So Tatham Engineering was retained to prepare a parking justification study for the resort's existing uses. Currently, the zoning bylaw requires 63 parking spaces, and the site only provides 32. The study, based on operational review, on-site surveys conducted in July of last summer, concluded that A minimum of 38 spaces are needed to accommodate the peak demand for the hotel suites, restaurant, and spa. Following discussions with township staff, the site plan has been revised to provide 37 on-site parking spaces, supplemented by a minimum of 17 off-site spaces at a nearby location, providing a total of 54 spaces. This is a shortfall of 9 spaces. This is supported by the study and is not expected to result in a spillover or operational issues. Rather, it provides far more parking to this area than currently exists. The off-site parking area being contemplated is approximately 205 meters from the resort, slightly beyond the 150 meters that's permitted by the zoning bylaw. To ensure safe and efficient access to and from the off-site parking and the resort will implement a managed valet or shuttle system. Under this system, vehicles may be parked by resort staff and transported to the off-site lot, or guests parking off-site will be shuttled to and from the resort via a dedicated vehicle, which Raleigh Resort has. The off-site spaces are primarily anticipated for staff and overflow parking during peak periods, minimizing guests' movement between the location. This approach prioritizes pedestrian safety, eliminates unsafe roadside walking, and ensures on-site spaces remain convenient for guests, supporting efficient circulation and a positive user experience. Importantly, this application does not increase the resort's occupancy or introduce new uses. All accessory structures are intended to enhance and modernize guests' amenities without creating additional parking demands beyond what's been evaluated. Next slide, I'll go briefly over the policy, but as I'm sure you guys know, the lands are zoned tourist resort commercial C8 zone and designated resort employment within the official plan. However, the resort employment is currently under appeal, and therefore the previous official plan's been reviewed. Under the 2010 OP, the lands are designated settlement employment area. Next slide. A full planning justification report was submitted with our application, which addresses all applicable planning policy. Happy to answer any specific questions if you have any. Last slide. And in our opinion, the application represents good land use planning and is appropriate for the further development of the subject lands. We respectfully request that council consider this application for approval at the next available meeting, subject to any conditions that are outlined by township staff. Thank you.
Well, does the township senior planner, Ms. Mandeville, have anything further to add to the materials and information presented by the applicant?
Thank you, Chair. I think Ms. Simpson did a good job of summarizing the application and how it has evolved over the last few years. This property, this resort definitely has also evolved a lot over the last, say 10 years. So we are really trying to work with the resort owner and work cooperatively to try to improve the situation. I don't think it's a secret to anyone in this current room that parking in Port Severn can be an issue and that there is not a surplus of available parking in the area. So we are trying to work with the owners to select one of their other properties to provide for on-site parking. Our zoning bylaw does currently allow off-site parking. So the zoning bylaw currently states you have to accommodate the minimum number of spots either on the property or on another property within 150 meters, as long as it is legally secured. So this isn't a provision that we've used a lot. In fact, it's only come up a couple of times since I've worked at the township. But it is something that is permitted by our zoning bylaw. The key part being there that it has to be legally secured. So through the site plan agreements and other mechanisms, we can work to secure that. So what they're really seeking here is the permission for a greater distance to that off-site parking, which is honestly still being contemplated by the owners and staff because they do own multiple properties within this Port Severn area. So it may be that they don't actually require that and they may use a property that's located closer to the resort, and then that wouldn't be part of this application. I also just wanted to quickly speak to the transition from the minor variance to the zoning bylaw amendment.
As council likely is aware, anyone can submit any application they like. So we try and pre-consult with applicants, we try to advise people, but really people are welcome to submit any application they wish. As staff's role, all we can do is review for a complete application and then help facilitate the process of bringing it to a public meeting. So after the last application went to the Committee of Adjustment, we were honest, I think, with Morgan Planning and saying, you know, we think this application really should have gone through a rezoning rather than through the Committee of Adjustment. There's a lot of factors at play here. There's a lot of things they're trying to do on this property. And I think for transparency's sake, it's better to have those explicitly listed in the zoning bylaw rather than have them in a minor variance, which is not explicitly listed in the zoning bylaw. So it is a different route they're pivoting to take now. I do think it's a better route that they've applied for. However, we have not made a planning recommendation on this application yet. As council's aware, we do a two-stage process where we're here for the public meeting. Any comments by the committee, by members of the public will be taken into account, and then we'll come back with a recommendation report once we have that information in hand. So of course, if there's any questions, happy to answer them as well as the agent, I'm sure. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Ms. Mandeville. We will now move to the public questions and comments. Any person present in person on Zoom or the telephone who have either questions or comments on the application will now be invited to speak. Township staff will call upon each registered participant. For those in remote attendance, unmute yourself when called upon and turn on your camera if you wish. All will be required to give your full name and address for the minute. Please note that your comments will also be recorded and streamlined to the township's YouTube channel and will remain online. The township does not have the ability to edit the live stream to remove any personal information provided in the course of submitting comments or questions. Katie, are there any members of the public registered to speak?
Through to the chair, no members of the public registered to speak on Zoom or in person. However, I do believe there is someone here in person who may wish to address the committee.
Okay, please identify yourself and come forward. Welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you. Mayor and council, my name is Stephanie Morrow. My husband and I are joint owners and reside at 3281 Santa Maria Road. We own the adjacent property, 2707 Kelly's Road, directly across from 2900 Kelly's Road. 3281 Santa Maria Road was purchased by my father-in-law and house built in 1919, 3 years before Camp Raleigh opened, and was passed on to my husband in 1984. We became joint owners in 2023. My concern arises with the proposed increase in percentage of lot coverage for this property, as the ongoing issues with snow removal and parking allotment are only going to increase the frustration of local residents and the infringement on both private and public lands in the surrounding area, as well as shipping containers being used on this property, which we believed were not allowed as per township standards. Port Severn is a large tourist destination, and Raleigh does allow for people to stay overnight, use the spa, etc. But this should not outweigh the taxpayers that enjoy this beautiful landscape all year round. We as taxpayers are already frustrated with the sprawl Raleigh creates, with increased illegally parked cars, the continuous back and forth trips with their golf carts to their proposed offsite parking lot 205 meters away, plus their other properties located in our downtown area. I would encourage this committee to take a step back, or this council, and look at Port Severn from the taxpayer standpoint. Seeing one business dominate the lands we should all be sharing equally. I would like a resolution that is beneficial for all that live in this area and all of the businesses that operate in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. At this point, Madam Clerk, do you wish to have the committee or the public ask questions of Stephanie?
I thank you. So if the applicant wanted to respond to any questions that Ms. Morrow had, it's a public meeting. So the intent of today is to receive comments, not necessarily for council to ask Ms. Morrow questions.
Okay.
But if there's one or two questions that build on the comment she asked, then council can ask those when it gets to that portion of the agenda, when we get to council comments on the application.
Okay, so they'll ask Stephanie to stand by then. Yes, okay. All right, if there are any members of the public who did not get called, that would like to speak, please unmute yourself now, or for those in person, please approach the microphone and give your name. We've done that. I guess we'll move on to the Township Senior Planner. Please summarize any additional correspondence that has been submitted on this application, provide any further information.
Thank you, Chair. One letter of correspondence was received on this application from Suzanne Knight, just wishing to receive a notice of decision on the application. So it was nothing, there's no other comments in the correspondence, and
Thank
I
you.
don't have anything further to add at this point.
Thank you. Does the applicant's agent wish to provide any further information on the application or in response to the correspondence? No? Saying no? Do members of the committee have any comments? Mr. Taylor?
Thank you to the chair, to either the consultant or Katie. The biggest issue I see aside from parking is the septic relocation. Can you describe how that's going to happen, and is there a time frame? That's one of 4 questions I've got.
Through the chair to Member Taylor. Yes, so only certain aspect of the septic system has to be relocated. So there is some infrastructure on the township's property. This was, I believe, commented on in the staff report by the clerk's department. And I'm just making that sure that's in here. Yeah. So within the staff report, it does speak to the clerk's office, outlining that we have in the past, as council's aware, done license of occupations for certain structures or things on township property. So there is some securities, monetary securities held right now that we will be moving the sewage pump infrastructure if they do not. And the deadline is October 31st, 2026. So it's not as though they have to move their entire large septic system. It's really a pump, some piping, I suppose, if you, for lay folks. So there is a little bit of infrastructure there that will have to be relocated onto their property. What the owners have provided to us is that they would like to do that at the same time as the pool and other works they're doing in that general area, so that they don't have to mobilize equipment twice. However, as I mentioned, we do have securities, monetary deposit that we could use that money and move it ourselves if that deadline passes.
Thank you. The second question is the revamping of the shipping containers. How does that fit in to the policy plan? And it, according to Ms. Morrow, is that legal? Is it something we do all the time, or what's the plan for to renovate the trailers?
Through the chair, back to Member Taylor. So shipping containers are permitted in the Township of Severn on certain properties. So residential properties are not permitted to have shipping containers. We are seeing a lot of demand, I guess you could say, throughout the township for people to have both shipping containers and converted shipping containers. So you can actually have it on a residential property if you convert it to an accessory structure. So if you clad it, if you put a roof on it, basically, you know, get a building permit to turn it into a shed or something like that. On commercial properties, you are allowed a shipping container. Depending on the size, they need a building permit. If they're under the size, then they just need to meet zoning. So one of the shipping containers in this case is used for storage purpose, or perhaps 2 of them. The other one has been converted to a fitness center used in conjunction with the hotel. So that definitely does require a building permit, which they will have to get after, if they get a rezoning. And once the site plan agreement is finalized, because we're not able to issue a building permit at this moment. So it is something that is generally permitted if it meets the zoning bylaw and the Ontario Building Code.
I think just wrapping up, parking is a big issue there, and having an off-site parking, I think is a pretty good solution. Hopefully it'll work. And the last comment, I'm very happy to see the resort and their consultants working with our staff to get this project complete. Thank you.
Ms. Cox.
Thank you. My concern is the parking. Right now, you're talking about having off site parking. So along the side of Kelly's Road, where it goes down, what is going to happen there? Because that's township property road allowance and they continually park there and clog that all up. So I have a concern about that.
Through the mayor, to Ms. Cox. Yes, great question. This has been something that we've been discussing with the applicant and town staff on many occasions. So we're well aware of that current situation. It has been discussed that parking there is not permitted for resort guests. My understanding from the township, and Katie can maybe speak to this in more detail. The approach is not to have no parking signs in that area, but rather not necessarily have it dedicated to Raleigh parking. This is one of the reasons we're providing this off parking site to ensure that that overflow is moved in a more appropriate location.
Okay, supplemental to that. So this is all well and good. They're going to have the offsite parking and everything. But I have been there on occasion when there's a conference or the diners are there. There's not enough parking. So are we going to have no parking signs along there or some way to stop this? No offense. No offense. This applicant in the past has not really been forthcoming in fulfilling some of the obligations that we've asked. And I just have a concern about that.
Mr. Burke.
Thank you. Through the chair. So certainly, I think the municipal right of way, that stretch of road is not the applicant's, right? So we can impose parking restrictions, we can sign it, we can enforce it. That's all within the road authority's jurisdiction, and it's not part of their site plans.
Okay, thank you. The other one I had is there's an indent in the property right by it's right beside the township property now that was Bush's property. Is that indent owned by Parks Canada? Because your building is on it, half a bit of it is on it. Because if that indent is owned by Parks Canada, which I think it must be owned, maybe they should be looking into buying that little piece because you could shuffle past that building and get some parking in there. Because they used to park in front of that building. For like people who stayed there, they could go right in and they used to park there.
Yes.
I'm just trying to come up with a solution because I know that it's very hard for everybody. And I don't want to impose anything terrible on a business that's trying to do well, but we do have to consider safety. And the parking is a safety issue, I think. The only other one I had was the requirements that we're doing, and this is all going to be, I see that they have to get a building permit required because they built illegally, different things. I don't have a problem. And I see that we have dates that things need to be done by, but I would really hope that your client follows through with these because I don't want to be very open and saying, yeah, yay, let's do it. And the follow through is not there. And we get into another mess of us having to go in and do it. Then the security, it's just something we don't really need to. So I hope your client understands the seriousness of this and our concerns of that area. That's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Councillor Minnings.
I thank you through the chair. Thank you for your presentation and thank you for your question to the resident. My question is also around parking, but slightly different angle. So I just want confirmation there, you're not increasing the amount of hotel rooms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then it's a long-standing issue around the parking. However, there are other businesses. I know at the council table, there's been conversations around parking for fishing tournaments and things like that that have also created a problem right at this particular area. And I know the township was willed some property, and we have some plans to develop that, and that will probably create I'm not going to say, it could create a parking problem for people who visit what will be the township site in the future. So my question, I guess, is to our staff, and particularly the roads department, with the off-site solution that you're proposing, understanding that there'll be a shuttle or there'll be valet parking. The walkability is what I'm concerned with. I represent a ward that has very limited sidewalks, actually one small portion, and the rest is shoulder parking and pedestrians and everything. So with gravel shoulders, with all of that, my question is not yes or no, but is this something that might come to budget, for example, as a road improvement in the future, so that we have a holistic plan for pedestrian safety and walkability, or passage between an off-site parking lot and, frankly, that community?
Yeah, through the chair. So I have opened the Transportation Master Plan, which really is the document that we set our priorities for level of service enhancements. And in this particular area, that hasn't not been I would say designated for improved active transportation, with the exception for the cycled sign route, right? So the cycled sign route goes through there, Saint Amant, and carries through the rest of the township. However, applications like this that create new pedestrian desire lines and things like that might actually trigger an update to the Transportation Master Plan, but more in like a networks fashion. So you could see that in the future, but at this time, no.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Anything further from? We'll give an opportunity to Stephanie. Any further comments, Stephanie? One moment, please. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Through the chair to Katie, the applicant, if they work with our staff, and I know this file has been open for many years now. I know that they've changed their, not to have anything to do with our end, they've changed their mind many, many times, Vanessa. So based on what's here today, is this something that may happen this year? Because the owner has spent oodles of money. I know that it's not our fault. He's changed his mind. Could this happen this year?
Through the chair to Member Burkett, if he doesn't change his mind, then I think it could happen this year. We are very close, as Vanessa mentioned. We are very deep into the site plan agreement process. There's been multiple submissions on the site plan. We've had a lot of back and forth. I think we need to finalize where exactly and how the offsite parking is going to work. That is a key part still missing. Otherwise, yes, they're very close, and it could very well be that this, I don't think they want to rip up their pool in the summer, but this fall that they could be doing all of these things perfectly in conjunction with the deadline to move the septic infrastructure.
So further that supplementary, if I may, to you, Vanessa, and I hope that the owner understands that, you know, even if he's going to start it, because summer business is the only time that they actually can make money. It's per the location. I hope he understands that there's a very short window, like it snows in November, right? I hope he understands that. And to Ms. Morrow's comments, unfortunately, I understand where you're coming from, but as our areas grow, you know as well as I do, it brings other problems, and respectful to what you said, you know, the noise, and I guess that he owns a lot of property in the area. So hopefully he can work with our staff to maybe respect the neighborhood and Miss Morrow and the other residents that live in the area. So, you know, noise and shuttling and back and forth, and yeah, and I think he understands that, but I'm sure you can emphasize that as well. Like there's others that live in the community, and we welcome we welcome what he brings to Severn. Like those dollars are needed, not only for the people that are working there, but a tax base for him.
Just a comment? Okay. I'll do my best.
Stephanie, you have a comment?
And that's all we're asking for, is to be a good neighbor. We want it cohesive. We see it. It's busy. That's what we need. But we want a good neighborhood. We don't want one person dominating it.
Thank you. Anything else from anybody? No, seeing no questions further, further discussion. I declare the public meeting on this proposal is closed. We'll now proceed back to the committee of the whole.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, I have a motion for you. So the motion is that planning report P26-014 dated March 18th, 2026, with respect to zoning bylaw amendment application file number Z2604 for the subject lands located at 2900 Kelly's Road be received as information. And further, that comments received at the public meeting be considered as part of any recommendation reported at a future council meeting.
May I have a mover, please? Moved by everybody. Moved by member Taylor, seconded by member Cox. All in favor? Carried unanimous. Back to the committee of the whole. Thank you.
So thank you. I'll start the staff report. So this staff report is for the Severn Estates water system. And what we have today is we have a small presentation from Tatham Engineering, who are retained to perform sort of a feasibility and I'd say concept review of two or actually a number of alternatives to simply replacing the drinking water well source, which is a significant capital undertaking for the project. And for such a small system, we look for a couple of, sorry, turn my video on. We look for a couple alternatives first before proceeding with that work. So I'll hand it over to Harry and John, who will do the presentation, and then we'll take questions after.
Mayor, Council, John Easton. My first presentation to this council was in 1989. Bruce Stanton, Garfield Dunlop, and I think it was Ron Stevens was the mayor. And it was after, maybe it was 1990. 94. Well, oh no, it was for that subdivision right over there. That's what it was done. So yeah, no, it's been quite a while. So this is Harry Shedar. He's the manager of the water and wastewater group here at Tatham Engineering.
Thank you, John. Yeah.
The next slide. So we're going to talk about a bit of the background for this for the Severn Estates water system, and look through the different alternatives that we looked at, and then also what the assessment is we ranked, and then some recommendations and next steps. In the 1960s and 70s, there are quite a few we can go to the next slide. In the 1960s and 70s, there was quite a few of these small subdivisions that were put in, and you know, the regulations at the time, the standards were low, and you know, throughout Tiny Township and Severn and Ramera and over in Innisfil, these systems have, you know, they've really been a legacy problem for a lot of municipalities. And in 2002, after Walkerton, there was a municipality was you know, was urged to forced to make a lot of changes to these systems, bring them back and pick them up to a standard. And that's when a lot of money was spent on these. And in 2002, the water supply well was found to have problems with the well casing. So there was a liner put on inside of the well casing. A 4-inch pipe was put inside the 6-inch pipe, grouted into place. And so we fast forward to now, and that water supply well and that fix that was done then is creating problems now for keeping the well clean, and there's issues with iron and manganese in the water, and also some slime forming bacteria, whether it's iron bacteria or sulfur reducing bacteria, we don't know. But the combination of the iron coming out of solution in the well and then the slime that's in the well reduces the capacity of the well and creates water quality problems that are what we call aesthetic problems. They're not health related parameters. So the cost of the operating that water system is you know, by 2 or 3 times outstrips the amount of money that's brought in by the water system. I don't think I'm telling you guys anything new. So we were asked to look at a variety of alternatives to bring this water system around. And so the alternatives are basically replacing the well, talk about fragmentation of the system, which is basically taking a sole source municipal system and then putting a well on each one of the properties. That's a fragmentation option. And then we looked at a few options of providing water from somewhere else. Washego's the nearest water system that you have around here. Unfortunately, it is quite a ways away. And we also looked at, even trucking water. It's a great option, but, we looked at it. So the first alternative that we looked at was replacing the existing well. When we looked at ranking each one of the options, we had 20 different categories. There were 5 that were basically technical categories, is it feasibly possible, and then there were, environmental sort of planning options. There were cost-related options, and then and then there were planning options and sort of, potential for disruptions to residents, basically that sort of thing. So so the existing well is probably on its last legs. We don't know how long that's going to last, or whether, it's a matter of just rehabbing it, keeping it going, and sort of band-aiding it together. So it needs some. There's to replace the well, there's some requirement for some modifications in the pump house, probably not very significant. Replacing a well with a well that is, first of all, has stainless steel casing instead of a mild steel casing, which has been the problem in the past, where the casing is basically corroded to a point where it's not really functioning like it should. The operation maintenance would decrease in the future, we expect, because it'd be easier to rehab it. Rehabbing water supply wells is a fairly common problem with with some water supply wells. Some wells you can put them in, they run for 30 years, you don't do anything to them. Others, you're back in there every 5 years, pulling the pump out, cleaning the well out, and then putting it all back together again. So the rehabs they're not an unusual maintenance feature for a water supply well. The replacing of the well could provide an ability to expand the water system. There's most of the homes around there already have their own wells, but and sometimes talking people out of their own wells is a bit of a troublesome issue. But there are quite a few lots in there that haven't been developed yet as well. So there's some potential for expanding the water system and basically generating some more revenue out of the water system, so that it makes it more affordable to operate. So we estimated a cost of sorry, one last thing is the water distribution system. The water mains are 4-inch and 2-inch pipes, which is quite a bit below the standard now, which would be like for a 6-inch water main. So replacing the well and the water mains is estimated at $1.4 million. They could possibly be done separately. You don't necessarily. It looks like the water mains are in their last legs, but we haven't really seen any issues with water mains as it is right now. But they certainly are substandard. So that could be separated out with the putting in of the well and then doing the water mains at some future. And so this one alternative one came out as the top alternative. I think probably largely because of cost. So the fragmentation option, it's right now, obviously, there's a water line goes down the street and there's a pipe that goes off to each one of the homes. Homeowners don't have to worry about water. It arrives at the doorstep, and what we'd be looking at is removing that pipe and putting a water supply well on each one of the properties. When we look at the there's a few lots that are really quite close together, and the septic systems are all in an awkward place when it comes to putting in wells. We have to have a 15-meter offset from the septic tank or from the tiles in the well field. So with skinny lots with septic beds all in the on the street side, it makes them pretty hard to identify where to put a water supply well, and that's something that would need to be looked at. We didn't go to the point of going out to people's properties and looking at them. That was something that was put off until some council direction. We would have to get discuss this with each one of the homes, and get buy-in from them on that option. They would basically have to agree to it. And I guess one of the questions is do you need 100% cooperation from every single homeowner, or can you say, look, there's 95% of the people want this, and you have to go along with it because everybody else is. I'm not sure that'd be a decision for you guys. The municipal costs obviously would be to put that water supply system in for every single home, including the well, the connection into the home pressure tank, and right now the water's filtered. So if you wanted to give them the same service, you'd also be putting in a filtration system or iron and a UV system. So there'd be the well, pressure tank, and treatment for each one. And obviously the costs for the municipality are high off the start, but ongoing costs are to zero, because it's basically you turn it over to the homeowners and then it's not your problem. And we've estimated that cost at 1.6 million. And then the engineering assessments, turn this over to Harry.
Yep. Thanks, John, and to the council. As John was mentioning, we evaluated other alternatives as well, including drawing water all the way from the Washego water treatment plant via a 3-kilometer long water main through the right of way. That's that. So the advantage with this option is the existing communities along the way will have an opportunity to connect to the municipal systems, treated water. However, as you can imagine, there are several challenges, including requiring approvals from various different agencies, which will significantly delay the construction duration and the time. And in that time, you'll still need to keep rehabbing the existing wells and system within the community. And not to mention the elevated construction costs, and it's over $10 million. It's as per our assessment a few months ago, but by the time we get there, we don't know what's happening around the world and how that's going to affect our costs here. So as John was mentioning, we developed the assessment matrix, and based on that and based on the costs and several other parameters, this alternative measures pretty low. So that's one of the alternatives. Moving on to the next. Just to be thorough, we even looked at we even considered the option of hauling water from the Washego the water treatment plant and transporting all the way to the existing pump house. Ridiculous as that might sound, but this will require multiple deliveries with a long lineup of trucks. And as expected, and as one can imagine, this has like reliability issues. Like, if something were to happen for weather or otherwise, the residents can be without water for an extended period of time. And based on that, this alternative ranks pretty low as well. So we're not this. Next slide. So this alternative 5 is very similar to the one we looked at, where we connect to the Washego water treatment plant, except that the overall length of this proposed alignment is about 1 kilometer-ish less, and that costs a bit less to construct. And this has the same challenges. You need, the extended possible delays in construction and elevated construction capital costs of around 8 million, which is pretty high up there. So based on that, the rank is pretty low. So I say it's very negative, but it's just that it ranks pretty low on the assessment. And based on all these different parameters and alternatives, we recommend alternatives 1 and 2, and this is in discussions with the township. Preference to alternative 2, because that way you transfer the responsibility onto the homeowner an extended period of time to have no costs. And however, if that doesn't work, then the fallback option is alternative 1, that is to replace the existing wells. So the next steps, either way, is to do a door-to-door survey and get the inputs and buy-in from the homeowners, or to proceed with alternative 2, because they'll be responsible for taking care of this piece of infrastructure on their property. So if they accept, if they're, if everyone accepts, then the next step is to proceed with preparing the detailed plans to proceed with this alternative. However, if there is no buy-in, then we'll need to complete a hydrogeological study, which John can speak about more, and a feasibility assessment for a new replacement well. Should be close to the existing well, I suppose. Okay. Those are pretty much the slides, and if you have any questions, so members, feel free to let us know.
Okay, Councillor McIntyre. I didn't think so. I thought it was.
Thank you for your presentation, gentlemen. Are there any questions of the committee? First, we'll speak to Mayor Mike, please.
Thank you through the chair. So, John, you mentioned that there, or maybe I misunderstood you. You said there were some wells already on some of the properties. Is that correct? Is that what I heard you say?
Oh, no, there are quite a few wells in the neighborhood.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not on these properties per se. Okay, so you also said the casing, the stainless steel casing, like the depth of the well that's there now, do we know how deep it is?
Yeah, it's 208 feet.
So does the casing go? No, so just how many feet down would it go?
Right now, I believe the casing is less than what Ontario Rate 903 is now. It's 11 feet or something. But the minimum is 20 feet. So that we're into so. in the bedrock, you basically you run a larger hole down to, 20 feet. You put a 6-inch casing in there, and then you grab the outside of that, and it basically seals the upper part of the bedrock, so surface water can't get in.
So supplementary, if I may, through the chair. Did you actually physically go out there? Like, did you residents ask you what you were, or no?
To the chair, no, we're not, we haven't engaged residents. I have been out there, but
Supplementary, if I may, the diagram that you have on page, maybe Derek can answer this. I guess it's on page 16, Derek. Lot 2 and 3, they show no septic systems at all. Like, are they vacant lots? Do we know? They must be vacant, are they? But why does it have existing house on it? Or maybe you know, John.
Oh, we through chair, we got the septic system reports from your staff, but depending on the age of them, they didn't necessarily have.
There was no.
So we just don't know exactly where the beds are.
Okay, and then Derek, maybe block A, is that zoned as part of future development? It's on page,
Yeah,
sorry,
true.
Derek.
Yeah, no,
Page 16.
So through the chair, the block A is just a block of ownership. The area doesn't have settlement boundary status. Like, it's not really ripe for sort of new development. It's this is pretty much the parcel fabric that will stay this way. We don't see a big room for growth here.
Okay, so it shows 32 lots, but we only have 25 that are on water, correct? So some of these already have wells that they must have drilled, right? So like 27 and 28 must have their own wells, and 18 and 17 are probably not developed yet. Sorry.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Through the chair, 27 and 28 are connected to the system. There's a few, the yellow connections there, like 17, 18, and 30, they're vacant lots. And I think there's a few vacant lots as well, 6 and 11. They're environmental blocks, I believe.
Yes.
So there are a few lots that are vacant in general. Every other service is serviced. There's a few, if you get closer to Canal Road, there's a few parcels here. You don't see the homes, but there are homes. They're on their own private services. So they happen to live on Trent Trail, but they have elected not to be part of that system in the 70s or whenever this was constructed. So there's a few, areas, but generally speaking, we're talking 25 connected residents now with no real plan for growth, with the exception of option 1A, which is an additional where if we rehab the well and we wanted to connect more users, you could expand the system further, but you'd only be serving, again, a very low density rural residential area that already have drinking water wells on their own property. So the desire would be very low.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to speak to on page 13 where it says phase 1 is the 1.4 million. And then the phase 2, I'm assuming that is if we expand it. And I'm not in favor of doing that. That's $5 million, and that's great that we get 40 some people, but that's not going to cover any costs for anything. And the other users will end up with the costs on their backs also. So I'm okay with the 1.4, like doing the new well and doing maybe whatever you and Derek come up with about the replacement of pipes when that is necessary to be done. But I would hate to think if a pipe was in bad enough shape that something would happen in the winter and then we'd be really in a mess. So it's up to you people to decide when those pipes need to be done. But I can go with the 1.4, but I can't do the expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair to Derek. So on the individual well scenario, what would our cost recovery options be?
So at this time, the only cost recovery options we have are current rates. So we have identified this project to the tune of about $1 million. So we're already a little bit short. But that's what sets the water rates across the board. And so that's the recovery options right now is basically the removal of an operating deficit. So that recovers itself over time. And the payment, if you will come from rates. There's an extensive list of options to change that, but they would mean changing your rates.
So the idea would be to recover that expense over over the length of time at a fair rate, or a rate that's not considered too onerous, or a rate that's not different, let's say, from everybody else. Okay, thank you.
Member Taylor?
Yeah, through the chair to our consultants or Derek. So option 2, the private well option. So we're saying we would drill the well, supply a pump, UV light, filtration. What filtration are you just talking, like one filter, like a 30 milligram, 30 micro filter, or 5, or what is a reverse osmosis, or what's all included in there?
Through the chair, it's pretty much like the system I have in my house. The township now provides iron removal, and if you put in big blue, those things block up so quickly that it's not a very good option. So there's it's basically like a water softener. There's water goes in through one tank and it's aerated, and then it goes through the next tank, and the iron actually physically gets removed. And then it basically continues on the system, and then like a water softener, it backwashes every once in a while and washes that stuff down the drain.
Yeah, just when you said filtration, it could mean anything, but at home I have a water softener and an iron remover as well. So so a lot of, and is there a pressure tank in there too? Would we supply that? So we supply the whole thing with a warranty for so long, and then after a certain date, it's the property owner. Is that, I look at that?
Through the chair, I would imagine there'd be some sort of warranty period, but it would be mainly based on I would say the warranty of the equipment. If I think you're right. I mean, there'd have to be some warranty period. What that would be, I'm not sure. You put in wells for everyone, and in 5 years they start having problems with their well. Is that the municipality's problem or not? So I think there's some discussion required about it.
If I may, I have a similar system as well. The warranty on the system, because I had a new house, and the warranty is 10 years. So we definitely don't want to be anywhere near that in any kind of arrangement we would make, because that's after 10 years, you're on your own in terms of warranty for the main system.
And just to follow up with the private well thing. So I look at it, it could be quite a headache. You're saying there may be complications with septic systems, and like, I think it'd be a nightmare in my opinion. But back to replacing the well, I read somewhere that the current well could be used as a backup. Did I read that?
Through the chair, this is what I like to refer to as a one-horse system, and when one well, and typically it's the pump that goes, you don't get any water at all. There's no backup, in other words, and we're sort of at the point now where we're looking at that well as it being not very stable right now. So it could be used as a backup well, but it probably wouldn't be the best backup well.
And just in summary, I agree with Member Cox. I think the other options are wild and crazy, and stick with something a little that we know. And this system's been in for a long time, and we can, with stainless steel and everything else, make things better. Thanks.
Member Jansen.
Thank you. I just have a question about the financial considerations in the report, specifically the cost, the the part about, I guess, cost recovery and how it talks about that we've, I guess, planned for a $1 million draw from the reserve and that there'd be a 60-year useful life and project value of 1.4 million. If we went with alternative number one, I know the other alternative was a little bit more expensive. And then the capital recovery. So it's talking about some fees, some additional fees. Who would these additional fees go to? It says that their current annual fee would be about $1,000 to go up to $4,133 per user.
Yeah, through the chair, the section there, what we're trying to describe is the impact of a system that really doesn't pay for itself. These aren't set rates. These aren't in the water rates. These are basically what the impact would be to cover the cost of that capital expense and that venture. At the moment, and what's approved in rates is that basically each user pays the same as any other user in all one of our 6 water systems. So we have 6 water systems, right? And the annual bill typically is around $1,000, for the, I would say, base charge, and not too many people go over the base charge. So with the $1,000, it doesn't quite pay for these upgrades, obviously. And I just wanted to share what it would take on an annual basis to pay for a system upgrade like this. So just to put that into perspective, this isn't a change to rates. This isn't a proposed change to rates. I actually think that might be a real big challenge. But it is, to try to be as transparent as possible and clear-eyed, this is the true cost of operating this system.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Derek. I appreciate the perspective.
Member Mennings.
Thank you through the chair. Is this not considered a local area improvement?
Through the chair, not at this time, but it certainly could be.
What would it take to consider it a local area improvement?
So through the chair, that's a funding mechanism, right, under the Municipal Act that can be imposed in, I believe, 2 different ways. And we're currently looking at very similar types of projects with the bridge and the road development. So I believe it starts with, again, a study like this, community connection, and in one flavor, you would need 2/3 support to impose a charge, pass a bylaw, and then recover the fee on taxes over time. So that could be set up, but that's really kind of what the bottom end of this financial consideration was trying to describe. If we wanted to, change the way we set our rates, you could do that. It has a lot of challenges because the cost to do this work per user is quite expensive. But yeah, that local area improvement is certainly an option.
Thank you. At this time, I agree with the lower cost option, but because I think it's fair for the homeowner if we do go the local area improvement. And I understand there's a cost. There's only 20 odd, under 30 homes, I guess. But I also understand that there are other areas of the township that are paying 30-year debentures on similar water area improvements. So I really have, I just wanted to flag that we should be treating these kinds of improvements, and water is a service that we need to provide. And I totally appreciate the results of your study, that it's time to do that, but there is a cost to it. And I don't believe it should be absorbed across the township or even as a rate study. It doesn't fit the mold for the rest of the residents who are on water and sewer, for example, but it does fit the parameters for a local area improvement. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, are you still on the air here? Do you have no? Member Cox.
I totally understand where you're coming from, Councillor Mennings, but over the years, I was here when they did have everyone separate, and that didn't work. Then we went to everyone on one system, and that was when West Shore still wasn't on and Coldwater was still on a debenture, but we all worked together and it carried. Then we get to, so our system in Coldwater now is the old system. West Shore is the new system. So things change every time. And I can't remember who I talked to, but it could have been the CAO or Derek, is that as your systems age and they cost more, we knew that this system was what it was when we amalgamated in 94. It was to the point that when we did have them separate, I don't know how anybody could have afforded to live there or even to build a home because the development charges were so astronomical. And that's probably why there's a lot of vacant lots up there. And I get it totally. So right now we put in new wells in at Fast Lake Woodlands, and we're looking at possibly $27 million for the cold water plant replacement. And that's going to be another, hopefully, a grant from the government to help us cover that, and a new debenture. And if maybe that's what we have to do, I don't know. So this is just sort of in my, and I may be totally wrong. I'm not an engineer or a public works or a water person or a sewer person, but this seems to be a fluctuation. New ones come on, this is the way it is, the more users you get. But in this case, this one's not going to do anything with the more users you get on it. It will still be expensive. And I may be wrong, but Derek, I don't know if I've explained it clearly.
Member Burkett.
Thank you through the, oh,
Madam. Yeah.
Thank you. I was just chatting with the treasurer who's online, but you can't see him. I'm not sure that it would qualify for a local area improvement because the West Shore case was new connections. This is a replacement of a system, which I think is a different animal. And Andrew agrees with me. So I'm not, we'd have to triple check that, but I don't think it's the same animal or it qualifies. It's not an improvement, it's a replacement of something that already exists.
Member Burkett.
thank you through the chair. So the $1.4 million, does that include replacing all the piping to the homes and drilling of the well? Correct?
Yes, through the chair. Yes, it does include both.
So supplementary, if I may, through the chair. So last year we drilled a well at Bass Lake Woodlands. I'm not sure if you were the engineers involved.
Yeah, I wasn't involved, but I'm aware.
Okay, so it originally was 600, then 5, and I think we drilled it for somewhere around 4. So why could we not, like you're telling me this well is at its end of life? Are we drilling a well right beside it? And does it go down further? Why can't we just drill in the same hole and see if we can find more water further down? I'm just curious how, and I know we don't, unless an engineer, unless you know that, sure how water travels underground. I'm just curious.
Through the chair, one of the problems, often when you start messing around with a well, it's cheaper just to drill a new one than it is, to try to do something with well. And these wells are, they're pretty much a house well. It's a 6-inch well, just like you'd have in your backyard. And, you put in casing in the top and then you just drill down. So the total cost of the well, including, all of the approvals and testing and source water protection and, the whole thing is I can't imagine it would go over 200,000.
So supplementary, if I may, through the chair. So how do we arrive to 1.4 million? That's what I'm struggling with. Thank you.
To the chair, yes, Burkett. So of the 1.4 million, I think, I don't know the exact number, it was about 400,000.
Could you talk more than my?
Sorry about that. Of the 1.4 million, about 200 to 400,000 is for the well itself, and the remaining is to replace the water mains that delivers water to the customers.
Supplementary, if I may, and I know this, and I know we asked for this report, so thank you very much, Derek. And I didn't realize it was so complicated, because now what we have is first you'd have to get unless council can override what the residents want. We're talking about 25 homes. Now we have to give some sort of warranty. We've got problems with some of the properties, obviously with the location of the wells, and they may have to sign agreements. And to do all this, creates a huge challenge. My struggle, to Councillor Minning's comments, the $1.4 million comes not from every taxpayer in Severn, it comes from anyone using a water system in Severn. So now everyone else, and that's the way it works, everyone else has to pay for a system that only generates $25,000 a year. Of that $25,000 that we collect, it costs over $100,000 to maintain the system. Correct?
Yep.
Okay, what a challenge. All right, thank you. Unless you.
Member Cox.
So there is a good chance that this may be less than 1.4. You're highballing this,
Yeah.
right or wrong, sort of?
Through the chair. Absolutely. So once you replace the wells, if the water main is not broken, it's functioning, it's not leaky, it's not leaking like a sieve, you could run with it for a few more years and get some more time out of it, in which case it will not be 1.4 billion, it's going to be much less than that. And eventually you can move towards replacing the water mains.
Okay.
Water main.
Yeah. Goes through the chair to Derek. Derek, what is your thoughts on this? Because we see that the prices of everything are, they're just going up. I mean, $27 million to replace in cool water is like astronomical, and we've seen all the other ones in Collingwood and all over. So I just like to get your thoughts on how you think we should run with this. What would be the best economical way?
Yeah, through the chair, and you know, we try not to write staff reports that don't give some particular recommendation. This one was kind of a toss up. And, you know, on the first hand, I think the $1.4 million is probably relatively safe, you know, because we have installed a well similar to this. There's also built, like, the treatment train itself is also dated. And so there will be, you know, a number of ongoing capital expenses throughout the entire lifespan of this water system. I think you need to recognize that, you know, it's 25 connections, and it's a municipal drinking water well. So there will always be this imbalance of user rate versus operational and capital expense. But the 1.4 million alternative one is generally less risky, right? Alternative two adds a ton of variables we haven't quantified yet. And that in itself is, you know, likely to change the plus or minus on that cost estimate, and probably for the higher. So I do think that alternative one is probably the safer option. It does not correct the operational deficiencies that we have in the system, but it's generally considered the least risky option.
Supplemental, Chair. So what if the residents see this, and what if they look at it and, no offense, they have a septic system that was from 1970, and they may be a person who gets a well and a new septic system. Like, what if they all said, with like 90% of them said, we want this done. We think it's a better idea than doing the other way. Just, I mean, I'm being the devil's advocate, but you don't know how people are going to react to things. We assume these things that maybe they all don't want it. But if I was somebody and I had a house and I was going to get a new septic and mine was built in 1970, I might be like, okie doke. And well, that'd be okay too.
Yeah, through the chair, I think that would be alternatives two's next step, is to contact the property owners, present, you know, the alternative. I think we're just at a bit of a fork in the road,
Yeah,
where
yeah.
we sort of need to know if, you know, council and we're committed to go down that path further, or do we stop here now where we have done some work, but not an excessive amount of work? We've explored the options, and we've, you know, prepared this report that gives us a fairly, you know, open talk about the two main options. But if we want to steer away from two entirely, then we abandon that project entirely. We start with the Hydro G and start figuring out where we can place this well and get the replacement going. That's where we're at.
I just wondered, this is just me thinking out loud again. I just wondered is this where we wait or stop and speak to them and then decide, or do we just make the decision and go, let him go? Like you know what I'm saying? I have no idea what these residents think. I don't live there. I have a well and a septic myself, and if I was in a position, that would be lovely to have, but you know where I'm going? So I don't know. Is it time to say something to them, or do we just say we want one? Like, I don't know where the line goes. Is this, or should we wait and do that and then see what they say? Like, I don't know. Maybe they'll all just say no. I have no earthly idea. Anyway, there you go.
Member Burkett?
You through the chair. So if we were contemplating drilling wells, where would the money come from? Like, is it only the people that are on water and sewer that would pay for it? Or is it everyone in Severn that would pay for it?
Mr. Burke?
Yeah, through the chair, the proposal is basically everyone in Severn would pay for it. So in the way the water rates are structured, you take all of your capital needs across all 6 water systems and wastewater systems, and then you divide it by the estimated users over that period of time. And that's effectively what sets the rate.
Supplementary, if I may. So I'm struggling with that one because now we charge anyone that's not on a water system, we've upped it to $387 for a septic inspection. And now they're going to have to pay for 25 homes to drill wells, and then God only knows what we run into. And I know that we asked for this report, and again, thank you very much, but I can't support it. Like, if there's a way that we can up the rates, for the 25 homes, they're getting a brand new well, but then we didn't do that for the Bass Lake Woodlands, did we?
No.
We didn't do that, so we can't. So I guess what we'll have to look at is our wastewater study when it comes up again.
I'm going to pass the chair since I have a question or two. I'll pass it over to Member Minnings.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Member McIntyre.
This is a tough one, struggling with this. I can assure you the residents are not going to be happy about, we're going to say, we're going to give you a brand spanking new well. Thank you very much. I don't think that they're going to be happy about that. Some of them are going to say, well, my septic is here and I'm not replacing. Are we going to swallow the septic charges too if we have to move septic tanks? Maybe Mr. Burke can give me an answer on that one.
Okay, over to you, Derek.
Yeah, through the chair, some of these projects, you know, that you can sort of negotiate with the property owners on what we call like a benefits charge. So when you have an insurance claim and you want to build something better than you previously had, the applicant or the proponent can pay for that. So there is a possibility to negotiate benefits charges that are different than straight replacement and kind of recognize the depreciation value of the septics. There's all of those mechanisms do exist. It's just, I think the question today is, do we want to continue down the path of exploring that kind of thing and talking to residents and coming up with plans that could be palatable for council to consider and the community? Or do we want to stop that now and just carry on with replacing the well?
Follow-up comment. I believe the residents are going to say you gave me a candy and now you're taking it back. I don't think any of them will be happy with that, even though they're paying for their water. I understand that, but there's more ramifications along the line. I mean, it's going to devalue their property, in my real estate opinion. I've been 50 years in real estate. If you've got municipal water and septic, very nice. If you had them both municipal, that's terrific. But if you have none, it's not, the value of the property decreases exponentially, in my opinion. If the water is going to be, you take it away and a well is drilled. Back to the question of where you're going to drill a well. These septic tanks are haphazardly put all over. We've had them checked and everything's nice there, but you're going to have to relocate some septics. If it's one or two, they're $30,000 each. I just did one in the fall on my cottage. $30,000 relocate a septic, maybe 30, 40 for a well, 50 by the time you hook them. I know the number comes out significantly less, but you're taking away something that's been there for people who've been there since at least 94. They've had water. And now you're going to tell them, well, we're going to replace that. And here's your benefit. We're going to give you a spanking new water system. If I'm on that street, if I'm one of those residents, I'm more than annoyed about taking away the water. We got to come to a solution somewhere, somehow. I mean, we're early stages on this. We don't have to decide today, one or two. We can make a decision perhaps around modifying either one or combining them or coming up with a totally different solution. But at this moment, as the counselor for the area, I know they're going to be upset. And how do we get around it? I know everybody wants to say, well, the whole township's paying. The whole township pays for your road, gets paved, and the guy next road over doesn't get paved for years and years. We had one over in Green River Drive, it was 25 years, half paved, and then finally through your office, Mr. Burke, we got it paved. But this is a big issue for them 25 people, and I think we need to survey these people and see what they have to say. And I don't want them picketing the office here because you're taking their water away, and they might. So it's a bigger issue than it just seems on the surface, and I think we should do more about it, looking into doing alternatives or biting the bullet, one or the other.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the CAO and then to the mayor and then the deputy mayor who had their cards up. Thank you.
Thank you. I just actually had a question for Director Burke that might help in the discussion. We started this process because the well is at the end of its life. So I wonder how much time does council have to make this decision? Like, are we actually at the end of the life? Because if we go down the road of consulting, it may take us past where we can go. So I don't know the answer to that, but I thought it was a good question to ask.
Yeah, through the chair, and I'll actually probably defer a little bit this to the engineer group, but we came to this whole project because we had a couple of things. One, when we did our well inspection reports, we noted, or the consultant noted, a different consultant, that there was some deterioration, that we knew that we are in the need for a new well at some point. On top of that, we also had years of what we call groundwater under influence of surface water. So we know the well casing is not very good, and we could come back to that same testing regime at any point from the ministry, and that adds a significant cost in itself, as well as treatment train changes. And so, with those two things at play, I don't think it's tomorrow, but I really don't think it's more than, a couple of years. I think we're in that range of replacement. So you're right, the consultation can't take 10 years. It has to kind of happen now, and it has to keep steaming forward. Or we stop this process and we recognize that, the replacement is needed now, and the option for fragmentation alternatives through, bulk water. I thought that was an interesting one, just trucking the water over. Not totally against it, but it is infeasible for a number of reasons. And so that's kind of, so I don't think it's today, but I don't think it's 10 years, 5 years, 2.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So I think the report will always have the report, and thank you for doing it. But I think at this time, and I didn't realize that we were extracting the iron from the water as well. So we've got a filter, because we all know that we have problems in one of our wastewater facilities where the iron is a prominent problem. So now to ask our residents to pay to have new wells and then supply them with UV lights, filtration, iron, and then we have a community that uses a well, and we're not providing them with anything. We hear the complaints all the time. So I thank you very much for the report. It's there for future councils to look at. Like, I'm just going to vote in having a new well drilled. And if as pipes break, I guess we'll have to fix them. We're stuck with this system. We have another system that we stuck with, and I'm sure there's going to be others that we're going to get stuck with. Had council of the day realized that we should have been banking money towards problems like this, when small systems are like this, we should have been taking money, as we have with one, and I won't mention the name. They had to leave money in reserve if and when it did fail, and they could pay for it, or we had to step in and take it over. But these are things that we didn't think of 50 years ago, because this system is 50 years old, correct? Anyways, those are just my comments. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll go to Member Cox and then Member Taylor.
Yeah, I was being devil's advocate on if they really want it or not, because you have to kind of think these things through. I believe that we need to fix the well. Everybody's entitled to clean, clear drinking water, and we need to look after it. When it happens, will be up to our public works. If it comes to budget next year or whatever happens with it, I am fine with it, and I can see that happening. The other options are nice, but they aren't going to work, and it's just too expensive. And I want to thank you very much for this, because it's made us all stop and think. And whenever we need a new well, this council, don't know how we're going to vote, but if we do vote, then that gives you the opportunity to make sure that these people all have good water systems like the rest. Thank you.
Yeah, just to piggyback on the deputy mayor there, like I said earlier, I think option 2, there's too many variables there. It's unbelievable. And as the CAO says, the lifespan of a current system is done. So I think rather than fool around with things, I vote for option 1, and we should get the wheels in motion to do that.
Okay, thank you. I think we're ready for a motion, please. Oh, sorry.
Borrow somebody's yellow card.
You were ready for a motion, please, Tar Clerk?
Yeah, I just wanted.
I'm sorry. You need to speak into the microphone, and over to you.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to follow up with Derek's comment about the timing. It takes quite a while for the province to approve a well. Like, so we could have that. There's one in Tiny that was finished 3 years ago and it's still not hooked up yet. Brand new well just sitting there, and so when we talk about how long it takes, one of the things that I was considering was this, say we went with the fragmentation option, how long would that take to get it completely finished so everybody's off the system? And I was thinking we might need a new well before we'd finished building all the other wells. So it could be a couple of years before this well's approved to go on. That's all I.
Thank you very much. Member Cox?
Yeah, just a quick supplemental through to Derek. Derek, if we start the process now, do we have to have more engineering done? And does it take a long time like cold water, or how does it work?
Yeah, so through the chair, there certainly is some additional engineering to do. However, it's not the same as, like a municipal class EA process. It's really a drinking water works permit amendment and permit to take water, source water protection work and things like that. So in the past, we've done this, right? We did this with Bass Lake Woodlands, and from start to finish, it was about 4 years, but there was a number of reasons in between. There was massive delays. We got 2 different contractors. One didn't do the work at all, and the other was absorbently high. So waiting out the COVID era got us a lot better pricing and the well installed. So if I was to shrink up the actual time and work, it was a couple of years. So that's where I think we are. We're probably a couple of years out, which will line up with the condition of the well. So I think we're all in good shape for the timing. It's just, no, it's not a, And then as John mentioned, a lot of it has to do with the ministry approvals for actually commissioning the well. For us, it was relatively quick, but certainly their experience was a little longer. I think that really depends on the ministry.
So you're saying the well will be good for 2 years. We're not going to see something go wrong and then be in a. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask our clerk to read the motion, please.
Okay, thank you. The motion reads that Public Works Report number W26-009 dated March 18th, 2026 with respect to Severn Estates water treatment system be received, and further that staff be directed to discontinue advancing the fragmentation of the water system and proceed with the well replacement capital project in 2026.
Do I have a mover? Moved by Member McIntyre, seconded by Member Taylor. All in favor? Okay, it's carried. Thank you. I'll pass the chair back to you, member.
Thank
I believe you just the next report, which is the Public Works Report, winter control level of service.
Of course, thank you so much. Okay, Public Works Report 26W26-010, winter control level of service. There, Mr. Burke's taking this one. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Yeah, through the chair, this report gives a summary of a long-standing sort of level of service conversation regarding winter control. So over a number of years, the Public Works Department has brought council some options to either improve or status quo the winter control services. And from the last report in about August, I believe, we really recognize the kind of concerns and issues around recruitment, particularly recruitment, retention of seasonal staff in the afternoon shift. So the afternoon shift, if you've noticed it around town, is a very useful feature of our winter control response. It keeps the primary roads open, gets the snow off it earlier so that it can get down to bare pavement quicker. And of course, we're complying, in those areas with the higher class. So they're a higher classification on the minimum maintenance standards. And so this report just looks at what would it look like if we hired a contractor that would take over those shifts. It would be new fleet, it would be new labor pool, and a bit of transfer of liability risk, which are all very useful things. Unfortunately, the response we got back was there was only 2 interested that even took us up on the call, and both said it'd be well over $500,000 a year for the 4 units for the half of a shift in a day, 7 days a week. So I think what staff are saying now is that's really too much, for the township to bear for what it would gain. And if we wanted to continue to improve our levels of service, particularly in the afternoon shift, the recommendation here would be to consider maybe we bring on some actual full-time staff that are dedicated in the winter seasons in the afternoon shift. We'll still supplement that with 2 seasonal staff, so you got a complement of 4. But we'd resolve some of that recruitment and retention issue. And it has the spin-off bonus effect of having additional resources in the summer. I understand it's a labor or a staffing ask. So I think there's, this report gives some information, it gives some ideas, it gives some costs. But those kinds of requests usually happen at budget, right? So I think it's fair to recognize that this isn't exactly a budget decision. It's more trying to get an indication of what council would like to see as it relates to winter control services.
Any comments? Member Minnings.
Hi, and thank you for the report. I support option 2, increasing the staff level. I found that this past winter, the work that was done, and like you'd mentioned, not just in our retail areas or areas with main streets, but even a secondary pass in some of the less populous areas was noticed and was appreciated. The width of the roads, the constant clearing, and then the additional work that was done about 3 weeks ago to scrape the ice off and then come right directly behind it with a backhoe to move that ice away from driveways. I received more calls on that than on any complaint I've ever received in my town tenure here on council. So, and I do support increasing the staff complement. I think we've supported that with other positions, et cetera. And I saw the value in it. And I think we should help ourselves, and it will also create succession planning, I would assume, in your roads department, et cetera, by bringing people on at different levels of service.
Member Taylor.
Yeah, through the chair to Derek or Andrew, the option 1 there, the financing of it. So you're saying in 2026, you go up by 150,000. And 150 in 2027 and 128, supported by traditional draws of 250,000 in 2026. So in reality, is 2026 400,000? Like, I didn't understand that the transitional draws in 2026 and 2027. What does that mean?
Through the chair. So through the chair, what we're trying to say here is that we have 270, I believe, in the reserve and what we call a winter control rate stabilization reserve. So if we had a bad winter, we'd draw on that. That's kind of a new reserve. I think Andrew and I, was that maybe 2 or 3 years ago, created that, but it's a rate stabilization reserve is what it does. Our theory here is you could draw down over a number of years so that the overall tax levy impact could be buffered. That's the theory. So I think what the whole cost is in option one is around 600,000. So the numbers there, I'm not sure if they add up to that, but the goal is to draw it down in 3 parts, drawing down the reserve and adding tax impact to get to 600,000 each year, because the service would have to go up 600,000 by then.
I think in option 2, and you said that you'll come up with a more detailed, if we went with option 2, it's 2 additional bodies and 2 additional pieces of equipment as well.
Yeah, through the chair, it's 2 additional bodies, but some of the seasonal would reduce. So right now we have 4 seasonal. We take 2 away, but we'd add 2 full-time. So there's a impact there to have the full-time status from a seasonal status. And then the additional fleet is to build some spare. So right now we have 11 units and we have 11 routes. So we basically have no spares. We use the graders, of course, but the tandem axle dump truck is what we use predominantly for winter control route. What we try to do is work that in over time. As we phase a unit out, maybe it's in its last year for replacement, we don't trade it in, we keep it, and then you buy another unit so that maybe we'll get on a cycle of 1 to 10, and every couple of years we'll need to buy 2 new units. But the total complement we'd like to get to is around 13 units. So 13 trucks ready for service.
And a supplemental question. Have you got a building for both of these? So is there room for 2 more additional units?
Through the chair, certainly. It was prior to my time being here, but when we created the new salt domes and the additional auxiliary garage bays, we had the forethought that this was coming, and we have plenty of space for the new units, yes.
And the last question is, with the additional staff, can you increase the prime routes, or were the prime routes still, I think I saw a map that you show that there's a few north-south roads and main streets. Will any more roads, i.e. like Kinner Side Road, would that be added to the list with this extra staff on shift 7 days a week?
So through the chair, currently the level of service would remain similar only because we have priorities and second priorities. So that's 4 routes. And right now the staffing complement we have is actually only 3, I believe. And so those are only getting priorities and second priority 1. We don't anticipate this change creating new capacity in the priority secondary routes. It's just that it's going to replace the variability of retention and recruitment of the seasonal staff. So it's still 4 routes. We're not expanding that a whole lot more, unless we somehow get, some, faster equipment, I guess. But we've kind of maxed out our afternoon shift capability. What we're looking to correct is the staffing and retention issue around the seasonal staff.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you. I did tell Derek that I was going to say this today, just so that we don't sound like we're on opposite pages and it doesn't come as a surprise to him. I'm always for increasing staff and level of service, and I agree we 100% had a long, hard winter and staff did a really great job. I just want to put it in a bigger context for council, because when we come with these outside of budget, you have to think about what it means for next year's budget. So if you'll remember, you approved 2 new staff for 2026, but I think at a half and a quarter or something like that. So we have to annualize those costs in 2027. And then you approved going ahead with a dome, which is going to require a whole set of staffing to manage it. So if you add this to now, next council, whether it be you or others, is going to start in a big hole. So I think this is a great approach. I think you might want to hold it a year to see how those other pieces go together. It's totally up to you, but I just wanted to put it in a bigger context so you're not making individual decisions. Because that's why it is hard when you're seeing one thing without the whole budget context, but I know those other things are coming for next year and you've already committed to them. So if you add another thing that you've committed, and I think the reason it's coming now is because if you want it for the beginning of winter 2026, then it does need to happen now. But maybe it's something that's considered for 2027 after you figure out all those other things that you've already said yes to.
Member Brennan.
Yeah, thank you. Man, you are depressing sometimes. I want to start by saying the plowing work this year was second to none as far as I'm concerned. It's certainly for my street and in my community. I've like, there's no way you've had a worse year. This is not in the 13 years I've been here. And you know, the follow-up and the cleanup was fantastic. And one of the things that I really appreciated, and very similar to what Councillor Mennings has said, is periodically I had to call, and periodically, even without me calling, quite frankly, you guys did some custom work on ice removal in Marchmount. There's one property certainly on Utah that I've been to just last Sunday, where I didn't even know you were going there. And what you did with the resources you had was great. I mean, we still got lots of people upset about this, that, and the other. But when I compare what I see in neighboring jurisdictions to the quality of the work, it's second to none. So hats off to you. I agree that the permanent staff is the way to go. I'm a little depressed over the idea of waiting for another year, but I can see the logic of that. But the beauty of the permanent staff to me, especially if I could hear you confirm it, it's not just the winter issues, and winters are not going to get any nicer as we go through, but also to deal with potholes in the off season and with flooding in the off season, which we know is going to continue to be a challenge in all municipalities up here. So those two people to me would be just in time if they're brought on. I'd love to see them coming next year, but I can wait a little bit if I had to.
Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you, Madam CEO, for those comments. But as you know, we are a growing municipality. We're looking at hiring anyways, as these new homes are built in West Shore. We're going to have to buy new trucks and hire more staff to make it work. And to Member Brennan's comments about our staff and how you treated these roads, I think a huge thank you to all our men and women, because what an amazing job. Also to Councillor Menning's comments, like, I won't say who plows West Shore, but to get in a plow and navigate those narrow roads. And I can tell you that they did have a rodeo once, and I tried plowing and I hit everything in sight. And I'm a pretty good driver. So, kudos to all our staff that navigate these roads. But I think this, and I'm going to look to Andrew, if we hired based on what you know today, what kind of impact would it be in our budget next year if some of us are still here? What are we looking at?
If I can, through the chair to the mayor, if you were to implement effectively a $600,000 plan, then that's roughly a 2% tax increase, along with what we've already got happening. I suspect that we're looking at least another percentage for the remainder of the salary costs for the two positions for this year. So once they're full year statused into it, they will increase. I'm going to guess that I don't want to do it right off the top of my head, but that's another percentage. And then if you take the sports dome, it's going to have to be staffed. So I expect you're another $400,000 to run that as well. So that's four or five potentially. So then again, that's potentially another 2%. So you are looking at before you do anything else.
But supplementary, I mean, through the chair, it's your first year, right?
What's that?
It's your first year of a new council.
Yes.
There you go.
Member Minnings,
For 1 second.
CAO.
I think Andrew may be a tad late because I think the dome, they were looking for a manager and 6 staff. So that's a lot to run a dome. So I might be 5%, but it might be 7 or 8. So, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing or council can't do it. I just want you to make your decisions with all the pieces in place.
Okay.
Thank you. Member
Thank-
Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. I understand all of the things that we have on our list that are committed. The $270,000 figure that's in option 2. Does that take into account not having the 2 casual staff out of that? It does. So with a township, with a reserve fund, and I mean, I know that money is there for a reason, but it's such a small drop in the bucket when we're looking at the close to 40 million we have. Our winters are starting in November. They're ending closer
July.
to April. Okay, July or April, every year. And I also want to think about the effort it takes for staff to recruit every year, seasonal staff, advertise, on board, go through the interview. That's a lot of money, and it's duplication of effort every single year. Is this an irresponsible expenditure for, I don't know, next budget, 270,000? I would say it's not. And then the dome, I understand the sports facility has managers. They're not going to be on board, I would think, in 2027 in the next fiscal year either. We've increased development costs. We've increased a whole other areas. The dome, if we're using that as a comparator because it was brought up, I would argue it's specific more to this side where the township office is located, to the east side of the township, because Coldwater has at least some sporting facilities, and West Shore or Washego has a few. Whereas the $270,000 is for all of the township. We're not just looking at enhanced staffing or snow plowing, pothole maintenance, water pooling with all the warmth and then the snow on top of it. It's an all across the township. We all benefit, and every end of the township benefits from spending $270,000. And I would say with the sports dome or the previous, whether it was a bricks and mortar building, I would argue that the whole township wouldn't benefit. So I still think it's a priority, and I think it's affordable.
Member Cox.
Well, because you did such a good job this year without those 2, that could be something to look at. My whole thing is I like option 2, but I need numbers before I can say so. And if you're going to bring back that, I would appreciate another financial number on what the projected costs of new staff would be, so we have the big picture. Thank you.
Anyone else? You have to pass it here to me.
Was Wanda?
Lowry, I think you may need to mute.
Are we good now? No.
Okay, Member McIntyre.
Through the chair. Thank you. I'm in favor of going ahead with it, the $270,000. I'm sure we could find it in capital somewhere, and the dome is a ways off. We had a severe winter here. We didn't have a winter like last year. I had my driveway plowed 12 times. I'm at 28 this year. So it's amazing how one winter over another can change our thinking up here. If we have another winter like next year, like we had this year, we're going to need those extra people, those extra bodies. So I'm sure that the crew that you have now, Derek, was pushed to the limit. Yeah. So that's work-life balance isn't good this winter for them people. So I think that I'm for option one. I would, or option two, correct me. I'm sorry. Option two. I wouldn't mind like a follow-up to tell us exactly what and where and all of that to, just so we can perhaps put this over to winter's just about done now. So if we did it in the offing before next winter, I'd be in favor of number two.
Member Taylor.
Yeah, just through the chair to Derek, just the supplemental with equipment then, Derek, if we did tentatively say, yeah, we're interested in option two with or without the equipment, because you may not get the equipment. Is that, but that, if you're coming back with a report as the deputy mayor is asking for, then you have equipment in there too. Is that correct?
Madam CAO.
Sorry, I've just lost track of what the recommendation is because I'm hearing from some of you go steam on option two, and then I'm hearing from others, we want some more information. So you're going to need to sort out for the clerk what your resolution is.
Member Cox.
I feel we need more information because there's so many times we get sort of a guesstimate, and no offense, you that's what you have had to do, and a plan on and explaining how you're not going out and buying two new ones, you're waiting for replacement. And I think that's what I would like to see before I just say yes. And that's not saying no to anything. We just need the numbers. And I don't want to sit here and go back and forth on them when we don't have accurate numbers.
Mr. Plunkett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, I guess, support the CAO and actually Member Cox's comment there is it's likely better to get the additional information because certainly when we're in budget, council wants us to presumably come in under 4% on a combined rate. And right now, you likely want to know where we're going to end up right now if we just do the handful of items we've already suggested. So I can certainly support the additional report.
Anyone else? So, Madam Clerk, are we going to have a motion to defer or are we going to have a motion to vote? Okay.
If I can, for point of clarification, is the general consensus though to discontinue contracted services?
Yes.
Okay, so we will add that into the motion just so the director has
Okay.
direction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
okay, so the motion then reads that Public Works Report W 26010 dated March 18th, 2026 with respect to winter control level of service be received and that the report be deferred until staff report back on already committed 2027 budget items. And further that the township discontinue the pursuit of contracted services.
We have a mover, please. Moved by member Burkett, seconded by member Brennan. All in favor? Carried.
That'll be part of that report that comes back.
Where are we going, Madam Clerk? F3? Sure. Bio break it is.
We can hear you, Dan.
Okay, we're back.
Okay, great.
We're gonna go to reports from committees and boards. We'll start with E 2.1. 3.1, sorry, E 3.1.
Yeah, so this is a report that was pulled by council, so it's my report on the updated council staff relations policy. Also covers off the council code of conduct. Just by way of recap, so at this point in time, normally we would be reviewing the council code of conduct as well. But because of the legislation that's currently tabled with the legislature and it's been ordered for third reading, and having emailed ministry staff, it is, I think they're generally expecting it to be a pass before the new term starts. We are not recommending any changes to our existing code of conduct because once that legislation passes, it'll be one code of conduct for all councils for the entire province. So at this point, doing an additional update would not be prudent or an appropriate needed use of staff resources. So rather than that, staff focused on the council staff relations policy that needed updating anyways to reflect the implementation of the strong mayor powers, because this is one of those lingering ones that we hadn't gotten to because we were waiting this term-wise review. In general, it is an entirely new council staff relations policy, but we do think it helps clarify roles and how things should operate and who does what, and clearly communicates a communications channel between council and staff back to council. So I guess if there's just any questions, I know that I think a couple members had approached me that they had questions before today.
Yeah.
So we're going to approve this.
No,
Mr. Chair, I think there were some council questions.
I had pulled it.
You pulled it? Okay.
I did. I don't know if anyone else did, but I did.
Go ahead.
And I got my answer, but I pulled it and I let you guys know. So my question was with regard to the clarification on the item 12 in the conduct during an election, specifically when someone stands for office, what flexibility do they have in advocating policy changes that are not immediately before council? Obviously, if they are, you don't. And how a candidate might communicate with the media, where normally we don't communicate with the media, our officer does or the mayor does. So at what time in the process, like when you file your paperwork, my question was, can someone who is going to stand for council begin their campaign in terms of these types of communications? That was my question.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Chair. So with respect to an answer, so candidates cannot begin campaigning or undertaking any campaign related expense until they've filed their nomination papers. So nominations open May 1st and then close August 21st at 2 p.m. So with respect to the media, section 18 of the code does provide, it's kind of broken up through the code. So the code does provide some help. I will say it's not an easy balancing act for sitting council members because you do have a role as a sitting council member versus campaigning as a candidate for office. That said, once your nomination paperwork is filed, candidates are able to communicate with the media on issues related to their campaign, provided they make it clear they're speaking solely on behalf of themselves. And with respect to advocating efforts or lobbying, again, it's that careful balancing role between your sitting role versus candidate. So as an example, I gave to Member Brennan, if you were on physician recruitment and they asked you as a representative of physician recruitment to go advocate with them to the province for funding for physicians and stuff, that is part of your existing role of council. If you're advocating for something that's outside those roles, then yeah, you've got your personal advocacy piece that you're doing now, and you've got to be careful on that front. Once your nomination papers are filed, it becomes very important to be clear about whether you're advocating as, I'll use Councillor Brennan here, as Phil Brennan, candidate, or whether it's Councillor Brennan, a member of council. And do not cross the improper use of influence rules set out in section 13 of the code. So there are some guiding pieces in there. The Municipal Elections Act, though, is very clear about the fact that you cannot campaign outside of that period until you filed your nomination forms. If you do, you're in violation actually of the Municipal Elections Act, and there are penalties that could be laid.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to need an approval, a motion on this. Any questions from the group? No?
The motion then is that administration report 826-014 dated March 18th, 2026 regarding an updated council staff relations policy be received and that the updated council staff relations policy be approved.
Counselor Brennan, seconder. Counselor Cox, all in favor? Approved. Thank you. E 2.3, this is Judith. 3.2. Dyslexic.
You're on the administrative monetary penalty report that Deputy Clerk Mayor put forward.
Okay, my question was. Okay. 3.3. Yes. It's 3.3. The paragraph. Sorry, I'm back. Excuse me. My question on 3.3 was, there is I'm sorry. Oh, on page 4 of 6, it relies on the city of Barrie outside legal counsel to prosecute. I didn't realize that. Can you explain that to me, please?
Thank you. Through the chair. So currently the township utilizes both an outside legal counsel as well as the city of Barrie's legal counsel, depending on the legal matter before. So generally parking matters, we utilize the city of Barrie's prosecution team. Anything that involves a bit more effort behind it legally, we go to a counsel with Barriston Law.
And we assume that cost then for that legal.
We
Okay.
do, yes.
And the other one I wanted to ask question on was the screening officer that will be a staff member in the training. Is that something that someone can just be trained for and then continue with their own job?
Through the chair, correct. We're looking at potentially 2 staff members being trained. It'll be part of their regular duties. It won't take up too much of their time. It's a quick review of the penalty that was issued and just confirming that it was issued appropriately and confirming that.
And just another one with the hearing officer. Can you explain that? Like that is a different person outside, a third party?
Correct.
And is that if you could explain?
Yeah, through the chair. So a hearing officer, if somebody chooses to dispute the screening officer's outcome, then it'll go to a hearing officer. That is a third party quasi judicial process. So it is somebody outside of the municipality who makes a binding decision on the penalty notice at that time.
And so do we have to hire that person and then we
to
contract them?
Contract them. Correct.
And there's people who just do that?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I just wanted to be clear on that. Thanks. I think it's good. Sorry, supplementary. Because it works faster and it will be very excellent for our short-term rentals. Thank you.
Mayor Burkett.
Thank you through the chair to Mike. Thanks for the reports. Well done. Just to short-term rentals, it really doesn't give any enforcement to short-term rentals, does it? So if there is a infraction, whether it's parking or it doesn't really apply to the number of people that may be in a unit that may be against.
Correct. So through the chair to your worship, the AMPS program is strictly a penalty program for bringing that process in-house. It doesn't change any of the regulations under any other municipal bylaws. It is just how we would enforce those municipal bylaws. So any regulations would have to come under a separate regulation. It's not specific to short-term rental or any specific bylaw.
If I can, by way of follow-up there. So implementation of AMPS means that all parking tickets will now will not be tickets anymore. They'll be penalty orders. So whether it's parking in downtown Coldwater, whether it's a road allowance leading to water in West Shore, whether it's a noise bylaw offense from a short-term rental or someone living in the middle of Washego having a good party on a weekend, it just means that operationally they will move substantially faster than waiting 6 to 7 months to get to the POA court process if you wanted to appeal it. So it means that with the implementation of this, people will be able to pay their penalty orders online. It'll be very similar to what people have experienced with the speed cameras. So People will get their penalty orders. They'll be able to pay it online if they want to apply for screening. They have to do the screening first. So, and then from there, if they're still not satisfied, then they can do a hearing, but it's on a very reasonable clock. 30 days, put in your screening request or pay your ticket. Then after that, once your screening's done, if you're not happy, then there's a window of time that you have to follow your hearing. You can't jump from one to the other. You have to do them in order. But it does expedite that process. So instead of waiting, if someone wants to appeal the parking ticket and not hearing about it for 7 months, and then someone requests trial and then it's another 8 months, all that moves and is normally dealt with within a 3-month window on average. So it moves much faster. The municipality also receives 100% of any revenues collected from it, rather than it going into the POA system through the courts. Which is an important piece of these, but I want to make sure it's clear that this does not just apply to short-term rentals. This would apply to any regulatory bylaw we have. It does mean when this comes forward with policies, which the deputy will bring forward later this year, there is one I do want to mention, that there is a political non-interference policy. So stuff like, we had the folks that came to try and fight their burning ban tickets. You will never see those delegations again. Parking tickets, you will never have those come to council again. They have to go through the AMPS process. So it removes all of that from the political sphere and puts it through a regulated process. So.
Deputy Mayor Cox,
No, it's about something that's not relevant to this.
you're withdrawing your question. Anybody else? Anything further? You have a motion, madam? Oh, I'm sorry. Did he have this? Councillor Jansen.
Sorry, I see when I hold my card to the side, it doesn't really show on this new screen, but I do have a question. Okay, so right now we give out enforcement tickets, and we'd be moving to this administrated the AMP type ticketing, I guess. I'm just wondering, what's our current ticket volume? Like how many tickets are we giving out in a calendar year? And just wondering if by going to this, is it going to increase the amount of tickets that are issued, or should it remain the same? We're just using a different process to resolve those tickets.
Thank you, through the chair. Well, I don't have those exact numbers with me right now. I can tell you that it won't generally increase the amount of tickets that we're issuing or penalties that we're issuing. The hope is that it'll stay the same. It all depends on enforcement action that's being taken. There's no direction to increase that enforcement action at this time. If new regulatory bylaws are added on, then that will potentially, of course, increase that enforcement action, which would increase the amount of tickets being issued. Those numbers are something that I can bring forward at another meeting if needed, but I don't have those numbers in front of me right now.
Okay.
If I can, through Mr. Chair. So a good example of the functions of what this is. So our bylaw staff go out, they issue a penalty order in this case. And then if someone wants to appeal that penalty order through a screening or have it reviewed, they apply for a screening. Right now, if someone wants to fight a bylaw ticket in court, our bylaw staff are in court for a whole day. So this also means that our bylaw staff are not tied up in regular court because they are not part of the appeal process in the slightest. So I do want to make sure that's out there as a resource piece as well. It does mean that our bylaw staff are not spending days and days and days in court. We will still make sure that we maintain the ability to go to court on more serious matters if need be. So if we had a substantial property standards issue or, a huge burn that really justified the need, that was deliberate and caused it needed to be a much bigger fine. There's a limit on AMPS as to how far we can take those penalties. They're preset. So if we were looking for a substantial penalty, we'd still have to go to the court process, but those are maybe 1 or 2 a year versus the bulk of what we do. So.
Supplemental, if somebody did go through the screening process and the hearing officer was still unsatisfied with the result, would they have a way to bring it to court to have a justice of the peace hear their case, or a judge or something along those lines?
Through the chair, no, the hearing officer's decision is a final decision, and there's no opportunity to appeal it after that.
Anything further? The motion?
Okay, motion reads that administration report number A2609 dated March 18th, 2026 regarding administrative monetary penalty system AMP system implementation be received for information, and the staff issue an invitational request for quotation or IRFQ for AMP software to help facilitate the issuance and processing of penalty notices.
We have a mover, please. Mover Cox, second by member Brennan. All in favor? Carried. E3.4. Judith? That's member Taylor.
Thanks, through the chair to Derek. So I'm just reading this. If you can maybe do the Coles Notes version here. And so this happened like 11 months ago. And I find it hard to believe if we know that talking about the traffic lights there, that a dump truck did run into the lights, but now we can't conclusively conclude that it was who it was. So wouldn't a recourse be to come back to the quarry or something in there that we're on the hook for $100,000 here and totally done by somebody else? So if you can help me, when it was identified first, who hit it and why can we not identify who hit it? That's question one.
Yeah, through the chair, I might start with a little bit of what the Public Works did. So, you know, we were aware that it was struck. When we got to scene, there was nobody there. We did follow up with the OPP, of course, but really that's about where the information flow stopped. So the Public Works Department secured the site and initiated the response that was detailed in the report, which ultimately did generate, you know, about 100 and change worth of costs. Now I'll push it over to the Finance Department to sort of speak to the insurance claims process and stuff like that for the municipality.
If I can, through the chair to member Taylor, we did reach out to our insurance company shortly after the incident. They did let us know that traffic lights were specifically excluded from our insurance policy. And we now have a new insurer. So I'd spoken to the Simcoe County Insurance Pool representative, and that's normal. It's normal that traffic lights would have been excluded from the policy. But we are, just to let you know where we are right now, we did we did wait for final costs to come in, but we have reached out to our lawyer and they've reached out to the OPP to get the incident number. They think we can send a demand letter because we are pretty sure we know who the company that did it. We don't have conclusive proof of that, but we are pretty sure. So they are going to write a demand letter, you know, and if that's not successful, then I think we may have an action to proceed with a civil case against the company. But again, without conclusive proof, there's no way to determine whether we'll be successful or not. That is where we're at right now.
Yeah, it's just a follow up. So is it, could a potential charge be leaving the scene of an accident?
So through the chair, we're actually not super privy to the charges laid on the person as a result of this. Basically, we have an incident report number, and you know we may obtain a copy of the incident report, but we're not privy to the charges that were laid by the OPP.
Now that's all I've got at this time.
Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair, and Andrew, thank you for doing that. But before we go and spend oodles of money, I'm sure you're just going to get legal advice if we have no eyewitness and we can't actually read the incident report. Other than it's an incident report, we don't know what's in it.
You don't know.
I don't want to spend $50,000 on hiring a lawyer to find out we're going to lose.
If I can, through the chair to the mayor, I would agree with you there. So certainly we may send the demand letter, which is minimal legal costs, but with any luck, it does get some action from the company involved. But certainly, we won't proceed with legal action if, we'll discuss it with the lawyer, but if we're pretty certain it's just going to cost us money and we're not going to get anything in the end, we likely will not advise to go down that route.
So if I may, we probably shouldn't talk about this further in open session. We will do an initial cheap event, and if we decide that there's possibility to go further, we'll come back in closed session to discuss it. But I think we're in the wrong place right now.
Anything further? You need a motion, Madam Clerk?
Motion reads the Public Works Report number W 26-011 dated March 18th, 2026 with respect to 2025 emergency purchases be received for information.
Mover. Counselor Taylor, Counselor Brennan. Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Oh. I guess we move on from there, do we not, to
I believe you're moving on to
Eight.
item 4.1 now,
A4.1?
which are the two items of and 4.2 are the two items of correspondence that were pulled by Deputy Mayor Cox.
Okay, I would like to support this. This company has had many issues. Circular Materials came to the county council and made a presentation, which I sent out to everybody on council. And I also sent you out the other information about the fact that people were putting their recycling out on garbage day. And there's an update, but I haven't had a chance to read it today. So I think we should support this. And I also will be bringing forward a motion to go over with the clerk on the fact that the Government of Ontario or Pro does not pick up, how do I call them? Charitable organizations recycling. And now these people have to get bins or do something. So now they're fundraising to get rid of their recyclables. And we talked about it at county, and the reason the county didn't step up to do the small businesses and or that with this charitables or by themselves was the province has to step up. This is their job. They took it over. They are trying to make it producer responsible. And they have left out a group of people like a Legion or a food bank or a church. And now these people have to find ways to do something with their recycling. So that's another issue that I will bring forward because we need to advocate to the Ontario government that it's not acceptable. And the county has tried to work with them for the past 3 years about this, and nothing was done. There actually was a time that they were not going to even allow the for some reason, a pop can from a business is different than a pop can from a house. And they didn't want to even pick that up or have it at one. They want to have one depot in all of Simcoe County. The county at least got that so they can take it to any waste management site and dump it off and mix it with the personal pop can. So there are a lot of things going on, and I think we have to be strong and advocate on this on behalf of our residents. Thank you.
Councilor Brennan.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to the deputy mayor, what rationale has the province given for not collecting at these locations? What is the argument?
That's not what we haven't got a clue.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Have you got something? No, they just said no.
Thank you.
Any further questions on this? Require a motion, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the motion then is that the Council for the Township of Severn supports the resolution from the Township of Springwater regarding residential recycling service concerns.
Mover, please. Deputy Mayor Cox. Councilor Taylor, all in favor? Carried. Is that you too, E4 too?
Yeah, this one is dear and near to my heart is school children. There have been many incidents where there's been illegal passing of a stopped school bus. Children have died in the past about this. And I think that this is a very good resolution that we should support and make sure that something is done about it. Thank you.
Any discussion? Councillor Brennan.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually have a very concerned citizen who's asked me to check out with council, and obviously it's not our area of work, but they have huge concerns and they're identified in detail about passing cars getting near the Coldwater area for school buses.
Yep.
So I would love to get back to this resident and tell them that, you know, we're not directly involved, but we get it. And hopefully that'll help. I don't know where these things are gonna go after. Is it the school board? Like, who actually calls the shots on this stuff?
Madam Clerk, do you know?
I would expect it's the province of Ontario through the Minister of Education that probably regulates the safety protocols around our schools, along with Ministry of Transportation, depending on who's doing what on roads or.
Well, this resident was quite frustrated because they kept running into, they obviously tried many times to get this thing fixed. So at least it's a little thing on our part. Thank you.
Yeah, it does say in here that they call on the province of Ontario to provide municipalities, school necessary funding tools, legislative support and implementation guidelines to advance this school bus stop arm camera system. It's pretty scary when your child's getting off a bus and you don't know if somebody's going to stop or not. And we've seen the horrific examples of that in our own township. Thank you.
Anything further? Madam Clerk, motion for,
Yep, then the motion
Support.
reads that the Council of the Township of Severn supports the resolution from the Township of Perry advocating for enhanced provincial supports for school bus safety and stop arm camera systems.
moved by Deputy Member Cox, seconded by Member Brennan. All in favor? Carried.
Now, Mr. Chair will rise out of committee and back into council. So the first motion is that committee rise and return back to formal council session to receive a report on the proceedings of committee of the whole.
Mover, please. Mayor Burkett. Moved by Mayor Burkett, seconded by Member Minnings. All in favor? Carried.
And the next motion is that the recommendations of committee of the whole for the meeting on March 18th, 2026 be adopted as resolutions of council.
Mover, please. Deputy Mayor Cox. Member Brennan. All in favor? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair McIntyre. We're moving on. We have no notices of motion. County Council, Boards, Association, Committee summaries. Start with Member Taylor, or Councillor Taylor, sorry.
I just have one thing to speak about. I attended an SSEA event that they hosted about turtles, trying to protect the life of turtles, mortality of turtles. Councillor Brennan and I and Trevor from Recreation attended it. And SSEA have had a project that to help the turtle living in and around Matchedash Bay. And we found out that turtles are very frequent around Lawson Line, Quarry Road, and in fact, Upper Big Chute Road. And we found out that we could be the turtle capital of Southern Ontario. So I may talk to Becky about maybe an economic development there that it's in particular walking along our trail along Matchedash Bay there. We're going to become more aware of the turtles are there. And the turtles have been around for 5 million years. And we got opened up quite a bit with scales were there, the reptile place on Highway 11. And that fellow and lady knows our rivers, lakes, and swamps like you wouldn't believe in the roads. So very educational, and I enjoyed it. Thank you. Well, yeah, and I think that they're going to come to council just to show what they've got. They've got a map showing all the turtle sightings in the township. So it's pretty amazing the work they do. And I thought they were just, you go with a school group to their place, but they're around Ontario doing reptiles and snakes and very, very educational. Thank you.
Come for a ride with me every night when I go to the cottage. Turtles to no end. I have to stop and help them off past your place, all along the road. Very good.
We've got a card that says they're not a speed bump, Mayor. By the way,
It's Counselor Brennan.
Okay. Some of those turtles, by the way, are endangered and rare, the ones in around the Big Chute. So, I suggest that you can't use the name of the rare ones because we don't want anyone to know because God knows what happens to them then. But I mean, just think of the branding we could do about going slow in Severn. I think it'd be awesome. I think it's just awesome. Speaking of brand, I just got a couple of council related and board related reports. First of all, I want to call out our two reps on the library committees. I have been made aware that Bracebridge Library has a TikTok campaign going. They have gone from a few thousand people visiting their site to 9 to 10 million viewers a year. And they are doing it through a TikTok campaign where apparently staff and others do all kinds of things, dancing, singing. This one's for David. The IT manager dresses as Taylor Swift, apparently, and they're really rocking it. So you might want to check out the TikTok site for the Bracebridge Library. They really seem to have something good on the go. 9 to 10 million viewers? That's amazing. And by the way, this was all reported on CBC this morning. I couldn't resist. For the chamber, we have an upcoming meeting, but there have been two major events in the last month. They were both women's business meeting events done in conjunction with the chambers. I joined the mayor at the one for Aurelia, and I went to the one in Midland for the southeastern area. And I got to tell you something. Whoa, we got some sharp business women in the Severn community. Some of these presentations were absolutely mind-blowing. And in particular, one of the ones that came through when I was at Midland was Shannon's Cafe in Coldwater, was well represented there in conversation. And I got to hear a speech from this woman who has a massage shop in Toronto and Midland. And turns out she's a member of the Arkells. She was a fascinating speaker and was worth seeing. So, but the amount of work that's being done by these energetic entrepreneurs was more than inspirational. At the Midland meeting, I was fortunate enough to be situated with two Métis women, and I tried to convince them that it's the Irish that know about colonization. We've been fighting it for 800 years. We're a step up over First Nations and Métis. But at the end of the conversation, they radicalized me, and I ended up buying a book on Louis Royale that they recommended. So it was great. One of them was a counselor from Midland. They were both amazing women. It was such a pleasure to be at that. So the chamber was a ball of fun last month. On a more serious note there, you're all aware that I sent out a notice with regard to putting together a climate adaptation community of practice. At some point in the near future, I'll have to talk more at length with Lowry and the mayor about that. But we have Derek Burke has offered to join me. I'd love to get one more person from. It has to be someone from council or from staff. And I just wanted to note the advantage of this particular initiative. Now it involves the Green Energy Fund by the federal government and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. But what this community of practice does is it gives us access to, and it's only 1.5 hour sessions every 2 months, access to training and professional development opportunities. We get to network with other municipal staff and elected officials through this exercise, exchange knowledge, resources, best practices. We become painfully aware of available funding very early on. We learn about climate change, adaptation planning at the municipal level, and so on and so on. So as I can say, it's every 2 months. It's a virtual session, and we get access to all these experts. And so I think it's very exciting. I thought it would be great to have a student on, but I understand it has to be a member of staff. And although there's no reason why we couldn't preclude having an energetic student out there, if you have one out there that's interested in working with this committee, and if they can take being around Derek and me. But anyway, I'll get back further on this, but if anyone is interested, this is a really exciting opportunity and is incredibly cost effective. So there's that. Also at Climate Caucus, I told you I'd report back. Our last meeting was on misinformation and disinformation. Wow. There was quite a few counselors on there. Some of them, one of them, certainly the one from Toronto, is well known to all of you. She's well known across all of Ontario, but apparently 45% of the people are saying they're seeing conspiracy theories about emergency responses to climate disasters right now. We have a report from one of the Toronto councillor that there's a group that calls itself Integrity TO that's focused on attacking and blaming councillors and the mayor. They have very slick social media ads. And anyway, they actually follow this one councillor around and looking for gotcha moments. And so this is the kind of harassment. And of course, this was also in our report that Allison put out this week. The clicky organization seems to have abated. I don't know, most of you are getting newsletters, but it's been replaced by a group called Energy Strong, which is clearly a fossil fuel promotion group. I am not getting emails from Energy Strong, but if any of you are, I would like to know if you're, well, unless you want to be part of them. There's another group that's sending out campaigns to a lot of councillors about affordable natural gas must be part of Canada's future. So there's quite a bit of fossil fuel money being spent right now. Lots of affordability pushback on climate action. Some folks are emailing, and this is Toronto, some folks are emailing every councillor every single day opposing any restrictions on parks, bike lanes, anything like that. Even have a meeting group chat on the go. So this is serious stuff. It's practically an election year. I'll go on to say that there's a number that are very concerned about the Premier's attacks on bike lanes, green roofs, speed cameras, and that goes without saying. So we're working on strategies to protect people that want to be involved in municipal politics and that people who are. And there's a list of things that I'll be getting back to you with some of the detailed strategies, but strategies to communicate with isolated groups, deal with distrust, strategies for conspiracies, access to a database of conspiracy individuals and influencers, templates for pre-bunking posts on social media, training, and peer support. So that's the kind of work this committee's doing. It's got councillors and mayors from across Canada involved. Very exciting work, very timely work. And hopefully you will find some of the products of value in the not too distant future. Okay, that's that one. Next. This is not my committee, but it is a council committee. And the IT program, I for the second year in a row, I took advantage of the SEED invitation. SEED standing for Simcoe Engage and Empower with Dialogue. That's the second annual iftar dinner. An iftar dinner is a sunset dinner that's held in the month of Ramadan, same as last year. Actually, the menu was the same, except I don't know, the cooks were amazing. Anyway, this was an evening last week. First of all, you get to taste food that you never taste unless you are a Muslim. And secondly, it's super good. But what I found so inspiring there was they sit the guests like our table was set up. I sat with the CEO from the Chamber of Commerce in Barrie, not by choice, although he's a nice man. That's not, I'm just saying that they pre-seat you, but they also sit you with people that have come with recent refugees or people that have come. In our case, in our table, we had two people, we had three because they had a teenage girl from Turkey 8 years ago. And they own two restaurants in the very area. So I talk about contribution for immigrants. Well, you would never meet nicer. They had a daughter manning the gate on the way in. And I asked them, I said, do you ever get to go home? And my mom and dad who immigrated used to say, well, I can't wait to get back home for a visit. They said, this is our home. They can't go back to Turkey. So, and yet, man, oh man, you couldn't find finer Canadian citizens. So, in fact, the man in charge was one of the cooks of one of the restaurants that served the meals. So just a fabulous night when you look at what this was all about and the purpose of the It Starts program and so forth. It was just so rewarding. There were chaplains from all religions that spoke, and man, some of those guys can talk. There were military chaplains, there was police. It was just a fabulous night. And I just suggest any of you ever get a chance to go, they don't even charge you for it, but it's just so refreshing to see this respect for diversity and inclusion that this program that we have in this county brings about. And you know, I'll pass the menu around. Enjoy it. I did, but it's just, it makes me so proud to think that we're doing that kind of thing in Simcoe County. And it's not just us standing in front of a frame for a picture. They're actually doing this stuff. And I was just so proud to be part of Simcoe the other night. You know, now contrast that with what happened with the protest movement and the attempts to stop it. Goes to show you we have a lot of work to do in this world to get things right. So that's it on that. And I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Oh, well done, member or Councillor Brennan. How was the baklava?
Fabulous.
The county, I will be sending out the county highlights that they send out to us. We also had a report on COPA 7, which is the County of Simcoe's official plan amendment that we've been waiting for 3 years. I'm not going to speak to it because it basically said, here's the government came back and said, here's what we'd like you to do. And the county staff said, okay. And they had meetings, and I'm sure our planning staff will give us an update on it at some time. And the staff are saying, okay, this is what we have to do. There were things that they wanted to change that didn't get changed. They didn't change our population numbers or the distribution of our numbers. So if you want to read the report, it's in our last council meeting one. I can also send that out. The other one is the library in Coldwater. We have season passes, family passes for the zoo, and it's a family of 4. And you just go to the library, take out the pass, drive to Toronto, you go to the zoo free and come home. Same with the Royal Ontario Museum. We're trying to see if we can get one for Ripley's. And we were the first library in all of Simcoe County to start this. Anyway, and we have one for the parking at the Port Severn Park also that you can borrow and you sign it out. But what we did for March break was anybody who signed out the zoo or the ROM one, we asked them not to keep it for a week, to get it back as soon as possible so more people could utilize it during this week. Our library is very busy. Lots of things going on this week. Every day there was something on for March break. They had a falconer, if that's how you say it, a falconer in. And they had slime program. They have all kinds of things going on. It's a busy little library, and I'm very proud of it and the work they do. The other one is the BIA, and I may leave this to Dan. I noted on the BIA website, I was very impressed about they did a little report on every female business owner in Coldwater, and I thought that was just fabulous. I thought, isn't that a nice way to honor women during the Women's Day thing? But Dan can speak to that more. And that's about it. Thank you.
Councillor Jensen, I know that I'll have you go next. I think you have to leave at some point, do you not? Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, unfortunately, I do have a work assignment that's coming up, but not too quickly, so I do have a little bit more time. And thank you for noticing that, Deputy Mayor Cox. I know the BIA did put some effort into highlighting some of the amazing women in our community that are working in our businesses. I know there's lots more. There's, I'm sure, even more women that are out there working in the Coldwater community in the BIA catchment area. And we want to recognize all of their hard work and efforts they put into our business community. For the BIA, I do want to thank the township staff. They came out to our meeting that was held last night. We had a healthy discussion about our memorandum of understanding that we've got between the BIA and the township on township and BIA responsibilities. I believe a report will be coming back to council at some point in regards to that. There was also a parking meeting that took place. I also want to thank township staff for putting that on. I think that was great coming to the community of Coldwater, talking about what the successes were from last year's parking discussions and what took place over the course of the event season, I guess we'll call it. And then talking about future plans and what we can do as a community to help each other out with meeting our parking needs. I don't have much else to report. The Segue meeting for the Chamber of Commerce doesn't come up for another week. I guess I'll report on that on the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mennings.
Thank you. Through the mayor's, a few updates. Just I mentioned it earlier today, the International Women's Day event that was held on March 8th in Ward 4. Just a shout out to local businesses that donated some very generous gift certificates. So Bedrock Pizza and Blue Moon. I know a lot of us eat there or have eaten there, but continue to shop local however we can do it. So just a plug. Easter, the West Shore Events Committee that receives a grant through council and the township has an event planned Friday, March 3rd to Monday, March 5th. It's an Easter egg hunt throughout the community to get April, yes. April 3rd to April 5th, over the Easter long weekend with prizes going out at the end of day on Easter Monday. That's to be more inclusive. Last year, we didn't hold our event because of the ice storm and the parks being closed. So just something that everyone can go out and take part in. And we'll be posting it to the Severn Township community calendar in the next day or so. I just want to do a plug for the seniors group that the township's running, Coffee and Company out of the Washego Community Center. They meet every Wednesday. If it wasn't council meeting day, I'd be there. I think it's great. And just a plug that I have it on good intel from the Easter Bunny that on Wednesday, April 1st, they're going to be decorating sugar cookies. So more people can go on out there and support that. And my last update is the Couchiching Conservancy Annual General Meetings, 30th anniversary, March 28th at 2:00 at Hawk Ridge. It's a Saturday. I'd never been to one until I came on council here, and absolutely something that everybody I would encourage who's able and has an interest to take on a membership. They do really great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to take another step on what Wanda Minning said about the Wednesday coffee. It's a thriving group, and it's more every Wednesday than the week before. I passed out some of the goodies from our bins that we got from Ms. Roxborough, and they were a big hit with the seniors. They all wanted the lanyards and the pens, and I had a few frisbees left over. Not too many of them were throwing the frisbee around. In any case, it's a very big success, like Wanda said. And on Friday, we had a joint accessibility committee. We meet sporadically about 4 times a year, and we had everybody but one. One of our members is recovering from a surgery, but it was a good meeting, and it's nice to see that this group has an input into future development in our Arroyo Square Mall and other places. That it's important that the accessibility committee, when they meet, bring forward stuff that matters to the community. And I think that's a terrific committee, and I'm glad I'm on it. That's all I have.
Thank you. And I think Councillor Deputy Mayor Cox, you covered everything at County Council. All I will say is thank you, Phil, for joining me at the chamber, and what a driving force. So nice and refreshing to see the young women entrepreneurs. Like, the room was full. We had to stand at the back. We had a chair, we sat on the chair, but Councillor Brennan had me stand by the kitchen door. So each time a server came out, guess what we got? Moving on. Thank you.
He's great at it.
Oh, Deputy Mayor Cox.
I just wondered how the physician thing went at Sparrow Lake.
Oh, You want to speak?
It wasn't updated.
You want to, well.
Did you? update
Phil and I,
it? Oh, I wasn't here. I'm sorry. You did it. Sorry.
oh, I think we reported on that, did we not?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Sorry. And the other one is, when you talked about that, there is a Easter egg hunt in Coldwater on Saturday of Easter weekend, and it's from 10 till 12. And it's at the mill this year, not at the Village Green.
Just to help you out there, the position recruitment thing was the biggest one yet. Yeah, it was what, 150? Yeah. Yeah. And amazing. And they're amazing hosts there up at the Bayview. So.
Okay, Madam CEO, do you have any updates? Okay, Madam Clerk, I think we're going into closed session, are we?
We are. So the motion reads that committee resolving in closed session that this meeting is hereby now closed to the public pursuant to the Municipal Act SO 2001, Chapter 25, Section 2392, for the purpose of considering a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Just need a mover and a seconder. Oh, your microphone, please.
Counselor McIntyre, Deputy Mayor Cox, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
Okay. Not yet. kind of closed first, so.
Mover and a seconder, please, to come out of close. Councillor McIntyre, Councillor Minnings. All in favor? That's carried.
Okay, and then the motion reads that,
Okay,
then
sorry.
the motion reads that confidential direction to staff respecting 7996 Highway 11 South be confirmed and voted on in accordance with section 2396B of the Municipal Act.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Taylor, second by Councillor Minnings. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to bylaws, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Just one today, so it's just that bylaw number 2026-20 is hereby passed.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Brennan, second by Deputy Mayor Cox. All in favor? That is carried. Confirmation bylaw, Madam Clerk, and adjournment.
Yep, so it's just that bylaw number 2026-21 is hereby passed.
Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, second by Councillor Minnings. All in favor? That's carried. And adjournment. Thank you very much, everyone. Moved by Councillor Brennan, second by Councillor Taylor. That is carried. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Have a great day, everybody.